All right, everyone, let's get started. Welcome to the January 15th, 2021 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Timmy Knutson, and my pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. Ahead of Martin Luther King Day on Monday, I would like to honor Dr. King with a favorite short quote that I'm sure you are all familiar with. Faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase. This is an unprecedented time of transition in our nation and for so many of us in our personal lives. As we approach this time, remember the type of faith that Dr. King had. Believe it or not, there's a lot of good out there. So when you see it, enjoy it. Now to business. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on January 8th, 2021, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until February 8th, 2021. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Opens Meeting Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I'm also making a determination that pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, in as much as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, promulgated by my predecessor, which are posted to the board's website. I encourage everyone who frequently appears before the board to familiarize yourselves with these emergency rules, as we do not know how long the COVID-19 public health emergency will last. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established that these virtual hearings are in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of this meeting. And in addition, everyone wishing to testify at today's hearing, whether on behalf of an applicant or in opposition, was required to register before today's meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those who will be participating in the meeting. Number one, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Number two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will transfer you to a panelist. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised. Number three, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. Number four, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking at all times, including right now. Number five, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that two people do not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if this happens. Number six, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If and when you are an active participant in the meeting, do not watch the live stream at the same time. Number seven, please make sure you identify yourself when you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. I want to go back to the muting because I hear some feedback, so please just make sure that you're muted when you're not speaking. Number eight, if an applicant or anyone in opposition to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If that's unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. Number nine, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting. If you are if you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which I hope that you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible directly from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Saul.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present, I can hear and see you.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposito.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya.
Present, and yes, I can hear and see you as well.
Great, and I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of the December 18th, 2020 meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes, the agenda has been approved, or I am a yes, the resolutions have been approved. I now move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
The agenda has been approved. Now I'm going to take continuances and withdrawals, which I understand we have several of. Okay. Is someone present on the call for matter 12-21-S? This would be the applicant of Chicago Egret Badminton LLC.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. We'd like this matter continued. There's some comments from the Department of Planning and Development that we have to address. We hope to get them addressed by February, if that is possible with your agenda.
So we are going to be moving these continuances into March, Rolando, just to make sure we hit certain deadlines that we have. So March 19th, 2021 will be your date. No further notice will be given, and we'll see you on this matter then.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, is anyone present for matter 24-21-Z? Applicant is James R. Nelson. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and
Chairman,
Yep.
that continuance is on behalf of the department. The attorney is Tom Moore. This was a matter that there was a second variation that needed to be published that I inadvertently omitted. So the department is requesting that this get continued to February so that we can republish your second variation. This was at the fault of the department. The second variation was not published.
Okay, Victor, I mean, since you're on, so is there any problem logistically continuing this to February as opposed to March?
No, this can go in February.
Okay, so that date is February 19th. Again, the continuance was requested by the department. Matter 24-21-Z will be continued to February 19th, 2021. No further notice will be given. So let's move to matters 37-21-S and 38-21-S. Is anyone here for applicant Canna B Growth?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Charlotte Huffman on behalf. on behalf of the applicant, Canopy Growth LLC. Mr. Chairman, the applicant has received several comments from DPD regarding their site plans and landscape plans and is working with the architect to address those comments. So we request a continuance at the next available meeting.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. So yeah, we noticed that in the application. The rest of the application was very thorough. So on this one, in line and to meeting certain upcoming deadlines, we are comfortable with continuing to February 19th, 2021. So the next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. So no further notice will be given, but we'll see you in the applicant then.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone present for 404-20-S or 405-20-Z? This has been continued before, and the applicant is the Public Building Commission of Chicago. I believe Scott Borstein is here, who would be the person asking for a continuance. So it looks like maybe he just got promoted.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Borstein, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, this is the Public Building Commission case for the Salt Dome. Yep. Okay. Alderman Burnett, in whose ward this is located, I believe he either will be on the call or has sent in something to the board requesting a 1-month continuance. And we just wanted to be present to say that we consent to that, but because we had already previously asked for a continuance. So
yeah, so just to be clear, if we grant you a 1-month continuance, will you have everything in line to get this off of our books?
My client has assured me that if we're not going forward in 1 month, we are not going forward at all with this case. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grant that. I know we're in need of some stuff, so I'm going to take your word that if it's not 1 month, it's not going at all.
yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay, perfect. So February 19th, 2021, no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
All right, I have one more on my list, and then I'll take open call for continuances. But is anyone present from 33-21-Z? Applicant here is Govind Associates, LLC.
What number was that again, Chairman?
It's 33-21-Z.
I got it. All right, thank you.
Chairman, this is Victor Risa again.
Hey, Victor.
On behalf of the department, I know that they're working with them and providing some drawings here, and I do believe we do have a representative. Give me 1 second and I'll promote them. I think Colleen is sitting in for Paul. Hold on 1 second.
Great.
This is Commissioner Esposito. I apologize. Did you say 3321-S or 3321-Z?
Let me make sure I didn't get that wrong. Zurich, but
It's
it's S. You're right. I had it written down wrong. It's 33-21-S. Yeah.
and Colleen, you can go ahead on behalf of Paul.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Colleen Doherty from Kolpak and Gersick. We are the attorneys for the applicant on this one. We have been working closely with the staff, specifically Nancy Redzovich. We just submitted some amended elevations yesterday, so we're just asking for the 1-month date for some final tweaks to finalize this matter.
Okay, so this is one that, because we don't have a deadline or trying to figure it out, we've got to push it to March. So no further notice will be given, but we'll be happy to see you on March 19th, 2021.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, any other requests for continuances?
I do have one more, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yep, absolutely.
This is 2608 West Fullerton, 42020. Applicant is Fuzzy Urban Tales.
Yep.
We are also asking for the 1 month on this one. Similarly, we continue to work closely with staff. There's just a couple more matters to iron out, but we should be ready on the 1 month date. Or 2
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Unfortunately, just because of our just trying to keep things efficient and expedient, we're going to push this 2 months as well. So it'll be March 19th, 2021 for matter 420-20-S, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Colleen. Okay, again, open call for any other requests for continuances. Either raise your hand and we'll give it a minute or two, and we'll get you promoted to request if there are any. Okay, it sounds like there are none, and I'm not seeing hands. Let me take one more scroll. All right, let's get started with regular call. We're going to go a little bit out of order just with the first two matters because of a religious and a medical conflict. So we are going to be starting with matter 30-21-Z, which is Counselor Tom Moore, I believe. So Tom, let me know when you're present.
Chairman, was that 30-21?
Yep, 30-21-Z.
Okay.
Applicant Chicago 3700 Clark. Tom Moore, and it looks like Saul Sutton and Amal Pirouit.
Yes, Saul Sutton's here.
And I'm here. Can you hear me yet?
Yeah, we can hear you, Tom.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, great. Thank you very much. My name for the record is Tom Moore, and we appreciate the accommodation to accommodate Mr. Sutton's obligations later in the day because we were late on the call. This is 3700 North Clark. It's a orange rated building, kitty corner from Wrigley Field. Mr. Chairman, would you please swear in Mr. Sutton?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Sutton, if you could please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Saul Sutton. My address is 22 Stuyvesant Place, Long Branch, New Jersey, 07740.
And Mr. Sutton, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Tom, do you want me to swear in?
The architect as well, that'd be good, please.
Yeah, so Amal Pirouit, if you're present on the call, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Hemal Purohit. I'm licensed architect representing my client. And our address is 5300 North Damon Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Carry on, Counselor.
Mr. Sutton, your group purchased this property, which has been a series of restaurants over the last many years. Is that right?
That is correct.
And it's a orange rated building on a triangular lot, so that creates certain difficulties in planning the uses you plan for it. Is that right?
Correct.
So you have spent north of $1 million renovating and restoring the iconic style of the building, and you have a tenant for the ground floor, a national chicken chain. Is that right?
Yes. So we repointed the building. We had to rebuild the parapet wall. We replaced the limestone in kind, and we have Raising Cane's as a ground floor retail tenant.
But for the last many 20 or more years, even though a residential use is allowed on the second floor as of right in a B zone, for the last 20 years or so, it's been part of whatever restaurant was on the ground floor for the last 20 years. Is that right?
That is correct.
But you would like to restore the residential use. And the problem is, from the city's point of view, if you're adding, quote unquote, adding a residential use, you have to add a parking space. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in this case, to add a parking space, since a triangular lot, you'd have to put it into the building. It's lot line to lot line. There's no place to put a parking space on the lot without going into the building. Is that correct?
That is correct. A significant part of the rear of the building would have to be removed, and that would jeopardize the orange rating of the building.
And also, there's a very few feet on the alley, so you'd have to have a curb cut, and that would exacerbate the whole idea of having a parking space, because you'd have to take away a public parking space. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so what we're asking the board to do is waive the one parking space so you can reestablish the second floor as a legal residential use. Is that right?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have of Mr. Sutton. Mr. Perrow, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, Counselor.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Mr. Chair. Are you directing questions to the architect now?
Yes, please.
Okay, go right ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. You, sir, are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you have created all of the drawings here, and they all comply with the City of Chicago ordinances and laws. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, with the exception of parking requirement.
And to add a parking space here would create difficulties and jeopardize the orange rated building, and it would be difficult because there's no room on the lot to do it other than going into the building. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in your opinion, this will fit right into the character of the neighborhood, won't change it in any significant way. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have of these witnesses. They are available for questions.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya.
Yep, go right
I have
ahead.
a few questions, Chairman. Thanks. Couple things. How long has this not been a legal apartment? At one time it was a legal apartment. That's the way, has it never been a legal apartment?
Saul, do you know the answers to those questions?
So I don't know how long, but I believe, to the best of my knowledge, that it was, when researching and Googling about the history of the property. I believe at one point it was residential many years ago. I do believe that it has been in a restaurant use for 20 plus years, but unfortunately, in this environment of retail, the space was just too big for a user to have both the first and second floor and have a successful business.
That I understand. What I'm trying to get at is, it was 20 years, let's just say 1998, if it was a legal apartment, was there a legal parking lot at that time? Parking space, I'm sorry.
No, the building was built full.
Excuse me?
Like, according to my understanding, the building has been built on the full site for many, many years before any restaurant group
So
was
when
there.
it was, so to your knowledge, when it was a legal apartment 20 plus years ago, you don't know if it had a legal parking space or not at that time.
I do not know, but the structure that's currently there has the structural elements. I can, with my best, understanding of the structure, it's been there for longer than 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the building's
Yeah,
been there longer
you
than
understand
20
what
years.
I'm trying to get at. I'm trying
Yes.
to get at when it was in use as a legal apartment. Was there a legal spot at that time?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't know,
That's what I'm trying
but
to
I
get at.
highly doubt it. Because the structure has been there for a very long time because we've just renovated it.
Okay, because then obviously many years ago, then this board must have gave a special use at that time not to have a parking space. Or maybe it was before they had to have parking space. I'm not sure. Tom, could you answer that? If this was 20 plus years ago, would they have needed a legal parking space at that time?
Well, honestly, I don't know. Unless, it could have been before 1958, before the zoning.
Sure, that's what I was going.
Before
That's
the
what I was
zoning
getting
code, because the building fills the lot, and
at.
I really, honestly, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Another question is, if we grant this variance, what does the neighborhood group feel about it? Did you get a letter from the neighborhood group? I know the neighborhood groups are very, the community groups are in Lakeview. Did you get a sign off by the community group?
So, Mr. Sutton, you talked to the local business, the adjacent businesses, is that right?
Yes.
And
yes,
then,
we spoke to the.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We spoke with we spoke with the local businesses, and no one has objected to us having a residential unit there without parking.
And then we posted the plans on the Alderman's website and sent out a notice. And we were not asked to go to a community group. I think partially because this was in the business corridor, but we've heard no objections whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions, Chairman.
Yeah, can you guys talk a little bit more about parking in the area? I know there's probably some parking demands. It's a pretty busy area, and you've touched on it, but I'm just wondering if you could provide a spot elsewhere.
Is that for Mr. Sutton or for me?
Mr. Sutton, you can go ahead and take it.
So we do own another building not too far, 3472 North Clark Street, where there's currently 3 parking spots in the rear of the building. So if it is needed, we do own and have secured 3 spots, probably about 1.5 blocks away from this property, 3700. So we are able to accommodate a potential renter, 2 spots at a minimum.
Okay, that's good to know, just for broader picture. Any other questions from the board? Okay, hearing is none. We'll take this one under consideration. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the accommodation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for one more, we are going to stay out of order, and we're going to move to matter 23-21-S. And that is at 3238 West Armitage. We have a Department of Planning and Development recommendation that I will read while everyone gets situated. Just give me a second. Okay.
Morning,
the-
Mr. Chairman, this is
Yep.
Dean Hargis. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Dean. Thank you.
Thank you.
1 second, I'm going to read the recommendation really quick because we're doing these first now. So for matter 23-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we proceed?
You can proceed.
First of all, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for your accommodation. I'm here. My name is Dean T. Marigus of the law firm of Marigus and Marigus Limited here in Chicago. With me is our expert appraiser, Sylvester Kerwin, and I've got the applicant, 3238 Inc., Miss Maria Sosa. I would like to have them sworn in if possible.
Yep, go right ahead. If you could introduce them and then I'll swear them in.
Okay, Bud, are you on? Bud Kerwin? Okay, Maria Sosa is here. Would you like to swear her in?
Yes, yeah. Ms. Sosa, can you please state your name and address for the record?
She speaks Spanish. Her address for the record is
1937.
1937 North Ridgeway.
Okay, great. Dean, really quick, is there a translator on, or I heard another
There
voice?
is. I'm here with her husband, who is her translator.
Let me swear him in first.
Not a problem.
Because we do that, of course, a little bit differently. So is it Mr. Sosa?
It is.
Okay, Mr. Sosa, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Minor Sosa, 1937 North Ridgeway Avenue in Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Great. And Mr. Sosa, you're translating Spanish to English, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to accurately translate from Spanish to English and in the reverse from English to Spanish?
yes.
Great. We're good. So let's swear in Mrs. Sosa then. So Mrs. Sosa, can you please again through translator state your name and address for the record?
My name is Maria Sosa. Okay. 1937 North Ridgeway, Chicago, Illinois.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Sosa. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Marigus, I think I want to say that Bud is now on the call.
Bud, are you on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Could you swear him in, please?
Yeah, Bud, do you swear affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings? Oh,
Yes.
sorry. First, will you state your name and address?
Sylvester J. Kerwin, Jr. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants. My office is at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thanks. And Mr. Kerwin, we acknowledge your expertise based off of appearing many times.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I would like to first address my questions to Mr. Kerwin. Mr. Kerwin, is it correct that you were requested, I'm sorry, it is correct that you are certified before the ZBA on numerous occasions and you've been certified today, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that you were requested by me to review the special use application for the proposed personal service salon, DBA Mayelica's Family Hair Salon, and determine in your opinion as to whether the proposed use would meet the special use standards and comply with the criteria of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you personally inspect the property and surrounding neighbor?
Yes, I have on several occasions, and as most recently as January 11th of 2021.
And after making your inspection and completing your research and analysis, did you determine that the proposed hair salon would be an appropriate use and compatible with other surrounding land uses?
Yes, I did. My research indicated that the subject was previously occupied by another hair salon a number of years ago and occupied for a number of years. And I only counted about 3 other similar personal care facilities to the east and west along Armitage Avenue. And this would be an appropriate use. And I direct you to my report for further discussion and analysis.
Yeah, and in that report you prepared, you have all of your findings and conclusions, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if you were to continue to testify on the subject property, would your testimony be the same as provided in your report?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of this witness, and I would like now to inform the board that we have received approval from Alderman Maldonado, who submitted his support letter on October 13th. We sent this to the Zoning Board of Appeals Executive Group. Do you have this letter, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I believe I've seen it. Let me check really quick just to confirm. One second.
No problem. We confirmed with Victor this week that they did receive it, so we'll wait until you can find it.
Yep. Okay, I believe we do have it. We will make sure it's public for everyone to get, but we do have it. So
Thank you very
so
much.
you can move forward. Yep.
I have a few questions for the applicant. Maria, you have 15 years of experience. Minor, could you translate in the industry? And have you had, this is your opportunity in your lifetime to start your own business? And this is a small space that you can handle adequately for consumers in the neighborhood? And you have signed a 2-year lease? And you have invested your own money in preparing the space for the use?
Counselor, really quick, can we, just because there's a translator present, can we maybe slow it down and make sure that we can hear the translator just saying exactly what you're saying?
Not a problem.
And
Do you
then,
want
and then to hear Ms. Sosa's responses, because we, as you know, have to get this all in the transcript.
Not a problem. I'll start from the beginning, and there's only a few questions, so we'll start from the beginning.
Great, thank you.
Minor, has she had 15 years of experience in the industry? And you answer.
Yes.
And she has an opportunity to start her own business for the first time in her life?
Yes.
And this is a small space that she can handle adequately for consumers in the community?
Yes.
And she has signed a 2-year lease?
Yes.
And she has invested her own money in preparing the space for use?
Yes.
And it was previously a hair salon?
Yes.
And she only provides cutting services by appointment only?
Yes.
And she will be open 6 days a week, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. During this period?
Yes.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, we are aware of no objections to our special use, and we leave the floor open for any questions.
Great. So my first question goes actually to Mr. Kerwin. And I believe that the confirmations you made did make this, but I just wanted to follow back up that I think the appraisal was dated in May and it was submitted in October. So we just wanted to confirm that whether or not you've been to the site since, or whether this is a second confirm, but would be anything to revise.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I have been to the site on several occasions. One was on December 18th of 2020. And then, as I said, most recently, January 11th of 2021. And I did review and check things because of the time frame. And there would be, I found no change in my analysis with comparison facilities up and down the street. And there was no diminution. This is a unique small space. I refer to it as a one-story annex to the building right next door, and it's almost an ideal use for it. It's small, and it seems appropriate for it there.
Okay, great. And can you walk through? So we know that this is an existing hair salon. Can we hear a bit more about the number of stations, the COVID protocols, just kind of how the salon will be operating?
Is that for Maria?
No, it's not for you. This is for Maria and council.
For the applicant, yes.
Okay. What have you had COVID protocols established in the business?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Ask Maria.
Que tenés todo preparado para lo que está pasando ahora con el COVID, las estaciones y los reglamentos y todo. Yes.
And are your COVID precautions including only by appointment only? No one other than your client who's getting the haircut is going to be in the building?
Yes.
So there's no congestion inside of people or outside of people during the days of operation?
No hay congestión de mucha gente adentro o afuera del salón.
And,
No.
And does everybody wear masks in the building, including the clients and Maria?
Todos usan máscara, clientes y ustedes también todos. Yes, everybody.
And has Maria been keeping up with all the COVID changes in order to be in total compliance with the law?
Cambios necesarios por el COVID. Yes.
Any further questions that you would like to ask, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so I see in the plans that there are kind of 3 stations for cutting hair. Is there any plan to expand that after the pandemic, or is it just because of the space of the building, 3 is going to be the number?
He's asking if you're looking to expand. Do you have any plans today to expand it?
Unos planes de, ahora dice que hay 3 estaciones. ¿Tienes plan de, después de que todo esto, que te vas a tener planes de agrandarlo, hacer más estaciones? No, just 3. No plans to expand anymore.
And will you remind us what your intended hours will be?
The hour, oh, I'm sorry.
¿Cuáles son las horas de trabajo? From 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
That's 6 days a week, not Sundays, Mr. Chair.
Closed on Sunday?
That is correct.
Okay. Good. Any other questions from the board? Okay, sounds like there's none. Thank you, everyone, for your time. And yeah, thank you for your time. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your accommodation.
We'll take it under consideration.
You have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be moving back into our regular order. So the next matter to call is matter 1-21-S. Technically the first matter of the year. While people are getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the DPD recommendation. Okay, the Department of
Good morning, everybody. Sorry.
No, you're fine. 1 second, please. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed body art service tattoo shop, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, RNG Collective Incorporated. Great. And I believe we have an objector on this matter. I just want to see if they are present. Okay, so our objection is something that we've reviewed. It was just an anonymous letter, and we'll take it in mind with our questioning. But otherwise, you can proceed. I believe this is a pro se application. Therefore, whoever wants to lead the applicant, I will get you sworn in. If you could just tell us your name and address.
Hello, this is Michael Ramos speaking. My address is 1736 West Roscoe Street,
Great,
Chicago,
thank you.
Illinois 605.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ramos. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And will you just identify any witnesses? We've got 2 other names on the sheet, and we'll get them sworn in as well.
This is my business partner with me here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joshua Garcia. My address is 2641 West Ainsley.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Is Joe Ryan on as an appraiser?
Yes, he's
Here, Chairman.
Hey, Joe. Can you please state your
Morning.
name and address? Morning.
Joseph M. Ryan, R-Y-A-N, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And we acknowledge your expertise. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, if you could just carry on with the case and tell us a little bit about the story of what you're trying to do, and also any part of the story regarding setbacks or how you got to where we are right now.
Sure. So Josh and I have both been working in the city as tattoo artists for a couple years, and we've both lived in this neighborhood for a number of years now as well. And right before the pandemic, we had decided that we wanted to bring our business closer to home and contribute to the neighborhood that we live in. And with that, providing a safe, clean environment for people in the neighborhood to come and get tattooed, and also use what little space we have to showcase any local artists and help promote them. Also work with any businesses locally to host any charity events and contribute to the community however we can. Yeah, I mean, with COVID and everything, it's definitely been a lot to put all this stuff together. So we're just happy that we've made it through, and we're hoping to be able to open and continue to support our community here.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ramos. And can you walk us through a little bit on your and your partner's experience in the industry, any types of, education you had to do to get to this point, certifications?
Sure. So, I mean, I have been an artist pretty much my whole life, same with Josh. And I mean, with the tattoo community, we've each been taught by artists that, we trust, and have mentored us, and we've also, since we've started in the industry, have gone along with every protocol that we need, which includes taking yearly tests to make sure that we're up to date on proper health codes, and learning about cross-contamination and how to do everything as sterile as possible.
Great. And I know there's a state certification for bloodborne pathogens. Are you up to date on those?
Yes, we are.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Then if you could also talk a little bit about just the operations, if you're going to be appointment only, if there's walk-ins, your hours, but also your hours considering that your last appointment is probably a little bit a while before you actually close.
Yeah, so as far as the COVID precautions, what we've been doing, or what we're planning is each of our clients come in alone to their appointment, everyone wearing a mask the moment they walk in. We have hand sanitizers. Pretty much everything is touchless. So the bathroom sink, soap, paper towels, everything that we can do just to try to be as clean as possible. And so yeah, those are what we're trying to do as far as making things safe for everybody, making sure that our clients are healthy, and letting them know that if you're feeling sick, to just reach out, and we can reschedule appointments, not putting any pressure on anybody to try to save their deposit and come in and push through an illness just to get a tattoo. So trying to work with everybody and just make sure that we can operate safely and make everybody happy with what they're coming in to get. So and then also with the hours, I think we're planning from like noon to about 7 o'clock at night, which would be our operating hours. But both of us usually start the day earlier at about noon, and it's highly unlikely that we'll be working until exactly 7 o'clock. I personally usually finish earlier than that myself. So the backside of the day would be mostly emails and things like that.
Totally. And would it be like when you say close at 7, around 7, would that mean doors close at 7, or would it be the last appointment at 7?
Doors closing at 7. We do have residential right above us, so we want to be respectful to our neighbors and not be working here into the late hours of the night.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is the rest of the building residential, or is there commercial on the first floor other than what you intended?
There's one other business on the south end of the building is a hair salon.
Great. Awesome. And especially in light of this COVID time right now, when a client comes in, are you allowing guests? And if so, how many?
We're planning to ask everyone to come alone. The only exception would maybe be if someone's traveling from farther away and needs to get a ride or something. But I think we're planning to have as little amount of people in the building as possible. So for right now, it's just Josh and I that are going to be operating out of here. So at any given time, we're expecting to have 4 to maybe 5 people in the building at once.
Okay. Okay, going down my list that I'm thinking about also is there ample parking in the area? What's the parking situation for clients?
So there is some free parking on Damon right here to the south, and then the north has pay to park, which is usually open And then there is permit parking on some of the side streets, which we were planning to look into getting like a temporary permit passes that we could give to our client just to park for the time being, like for the day, if they're in here getting tattooed or something. I know in other studios that we've been at, they've been able to obtain some temporary permits just to put in like the dash of the car to be able to park in the permitted spaces. But there is available parking, definitely.
Okay, great. Just thinking, are you currently in business now at a different site, or will this be both your first kind of owned location?
This will be our first owned location.
Great. Any questions from the board?
I've got one question. Are you currently working at another body art shop?
I had stepped into another friend's shop in the area to take care of a few clients that I had to postpone after COVID, but we've been focusing most of our time on getting this new space up and running.
How long have you been in the body art business?
I've personally been tattooing professionally since 2017.
And I've personally been tattooing since 2015. About 5-6 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? Seems, it sounds like none. So we'll take this under consideration, Mr. Amos, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Real quick. All right, 1 second, everyone. Joe, I'm realizing we kind of skipped you.
I did notice that, Mr. Chairman. I did submit a report to the board, and where I be required to testify, I would testify that everything in that report was true and complete, and I examined each of the criteria for this board to grant the special use for a body art studio, and it is addressed in the report.
Yep, and we've all reviewed your report. I know this is a little bit out of order, but if board members have any questions right now for Joe, we can take those, or else we'll move on. Sounds like none. So thank you, Joe, and I won't forget you again. So let's.
I will be here all day.
I know. I'm aware from my sheets. Okay, let's move on. And just as a practice, best practice comment to anyone on the call, any public objection letters that are anonymous aren't that helpful to us. You know, if it's really helpful either when it's clearly certified by a person or when the objector comes in. So I just want to make that comment because we do welcome and encourage objection because it adds to our back and forth discussion and consideration. So let's now move on to the next matter, which is calendar number 2-21-S.
Chairman, I don't see Mr. Stephen Olson for that matter.
Okay, you know, let's give him a minute. Mr. Olson, we are here waiting to listen on 710 North Wells Street. If you're present, raise your hand. I see one hand raised.
There's Sasha something, I promoted her.
Yeah, maybe Sasha, maybe it's her Zoom account.
It is Sasha Birschbach's Zoom account. This is Steve Olson. I thought that I had signed in under my name.
Yeah, Steve, 1 second. I don't have an issue with that. Let me just make sure there is no issue with that. Yeah, Steve, there's no issue with that. We'll get you sworn in, and that's sufficient for us. So could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Stephen Olson. Address is 2237 West Armitage Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Great. And Mr. Olson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
So what brings you here today?
We are applying for a special use to establish a hair salon at 1710 North Wells Street.
Awesome. And yeah, can you just walk us through your application, about the hair salon operations, what you're trying to do, and the whole spiel?
Sure. So my business partner and I are planning to open a hair salon at 1710 North Wells. The current plan is to operate 5 chairs in the space. We'll be doing both male and female services, primarily traditional salon services, with some men's services as well. I'm not sure what else you need from me in regard to that, but I'm more than willing to answer any questions.
Yeah, can you please, go into are you the owner of the entity? B, your experience in the field. C, operations, like, are you appointment only right now? Are you walk-ins? How are you taking COVID precautions, etc.?
Absolutely. So our planned hours right now are Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. as approved by the landlord. The COVID precautions, we're following the same precautions that I follow at the 2 salons that I work at right now, which are everybody is masked. We are appointment only, touchless temperature check upon entry, and hand sanitizer. No guests, the only exceptions being if it were a parent bringing a child or anybody with a physical disability where they would require assistance. But aside from that, no other guests. We do have plans eventually to have a waiting area, but until COVID restrictions are lifted for that, we won't operate the waiting area. I've been professionally cutting hair for about 9 years. My business partner, Scott Yance, has been professionally cutting hair for about 30 years and owns and operates 2 salons in Milwaukee.
Okay, and so yeah, you've obviously been cutting hair for a while. So you're, just to confirm, you a licensed cosmetologist?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just so we have on the record, what are the salons you work at right now?
Right now, I work at Northside Barbershop in Ravenswood and Black River Barbershop in Bucktown.
Okay, great. And so just so I have an understanding on the entity, you said Mr. Yance is your partner, so you two make up the management of the entity, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, additional questions from the board for Mr. Olson? Okay, Mr. Olson, it sounds like there's no additional questions. So what we are going to do now is I'm going to have Jeanette Velazquez read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation, and then we'll take this under consideration.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Velasquez. I am a project coordinator for the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I am here to read the recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. The
Great.
department.
And really, real quick, Jeanette, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics. And lastly, the salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
All right, thank you, Ms. Velazquez, and we're going to circle right back to you on the next one. But Mr. Olson, thanks for your time today, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's call calendar number 3-21-S at 3214 West North Avenue. When everyone gets situated, I am right now going to have Ms. Velazquez read the DPD's recommendation ahead of hearing the matter. So can you please read the recommendation for this matter, Jeanette?
Yes. Once again, my name is Jeanette Velasquez to read the recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. The department recommends approval of the proposed barbershop. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the proposed barbershop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area and is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we will have a Mr. Francisco, a Ms. Rodriguez, and a Mr. Munante on this matter. So, Mr. Francisco, when you're present, please let us know. I'm looking for a Mr. Tomas Francisco. I see a Francisco who is no longer muted. Are you there?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Francisco. Okay, so I believe we have a translator on this matter. Is the translator present?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm his wife, but I think the lawyer is his translator, I guess, because he doesn't speak English. And
So, yeah, is there a lawyer? We had that was pro se, which was just Mr. Tomas Francisco presenting.
Yes.
So we need an expert present. Maybe if Mr.
Janet.
Munante is on the call.
Yes, I'm present. This is Mr. Muñante.
Hey, Mr. Munante, just while I'm piecing things together, what is your association with the application?
I was asked to be in this meeting as a witness.
Are you a lawyer?
I am not.
Okay. Is there a lawyer?
I don't believe so. I believe he is getting some assistance from Mrs. Rodriguez, which I thought she was on the call, but maybe she's not. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, 1 second.
I had Mrs. Rodriguez just joined in, so she's coming in.
Great, great.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello,
Ms.
can you hear me?
Rodriguez. Yes, we can.
Hi. Yes, hi, I'm Jacqueline Rodriguez, and I was doing, I was working along with the applicant Francisco. He is pro se, and I will be his translator.
He will be the translator. Okay, great. Great. Let me just clarify one thing, and we'll get started.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm going to swear you in first, and then we will have you assist in swearing in the applicant.
Okay.
Okay, so can you please state your name and address for the record?
My name address?
Yes.
Jacqueline Rodriguez, and it's 155 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60601.
Okay, great. And do you swear or affirm to accurately translate from Spanish to English and from English to Spanish?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And so how we do this is basically whatever we say, you just translate it directly to the client, and what he says you translate directly to us.
Okay.
So now if you could, if I'm going to direct my questions to the client, but to the applicant, but
Sure.
you'll translate. So Mr. Francisco, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Francisco, si tú puedes decir tu dirección y decir tu nombre completo.
Ok, mi dirección es 1616 Northwestern.
1616 Northwestern y de tu nombre completo.
Tomás Francisco Macario González.
Perfect. And to confirm, that address is in Chicago?
La dirección que acabas de decir está en Chicago.
Es la dirección donde trabajo. ¿Está
No,
bien?
sí, está en la ciudad de Chicago.
Yes, sí.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Francisco, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
¿Tú juras de ser honesto de todas las preguntas que te pregunten hoy en la audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now let's get Mr. Muñante on the record just in case he speaks. So, Mr. Muñante, if you're present, could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jorge Muñante. My address is 2725 North Mozart Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Okay, now, Mr. Francisco, tell us what brings you here today, a little bit of history on yourself and what you're trying to do.
Francisco, ¿qué es la razón que te trae hoy en este día y que le digas un poco de información de tu historia y qué te trae hoy aquí?
La verdad, una gran emoción que estoy solicitando mi licencia para abrir mi negocio. El motivo es para brindarle a todas las personas un recorte de cabello para toda la familia.
So he says that he's really excited and he looks forward to opening and getting his own, having his own barber shop and his license to be able to provide to the community and families.
Great. Mr. Francisco, do you have experience in the hair cutting industry?
Francisco, ¿tú tienes experiencia en cortar pelo?
Sí, tengo 6 años de experiencia trabajando.
Yes, he has 6 years of experience doing cutting hair.
Is the experience at a different salon or what does the experience look like?
La experiencia que tú tienes, Francisco, es porque tienes experiencia trabajando en otro salón o si puedes explicar la experiencia que dices que tienes.
Mi experiencia lo que tengo es nomás trabajar un barbershop. Es lo único que yo he dedicado.
So what he said was he does have experience. He works at another barbershop.
Okay, great. Perfect. So in your barbershop that you hope to open, how many clients do you intend to serve at one time?
En,
Will there be other people cutting hair or just you?
Abriendo tu salón, ¿qué plan tienes de si vas a ser tú el único? ¿Cuántos clientes piensas tener? ¿Cuándo vas a cortar el pelo? Si puedes explicarle tu plan.
Por ahorita voy a ser la única persona que voy a estar ahí. Y voy a trabajar con todos mis clientes con appointment.
He is going to be currently the only person cutting hair, and he's going to be only cutting by appointments.
Okay. And Mr. Francisco, that's good. Can you tell us more about what COVID precautions you will be taking with your business?
Francisco, que si puedes especificar qué van a ser las precauciones que vas a tomar ahorita con lo de COVID.
Ok, yo las experiencias ya los tengo porque desde que comenzó la cuarentena, nosotros donde yo trabajo,
Okay, pausa ahí, déjame decirle. So he's been working at a barbershop, so he, during the whole pandemic, so he's explaining that in further detail what they are doing there. Okay, go ahead. Puedes proceder, Francisco.
Y la persona que va a estar llegando tiene que llegar con mascarilla o con guantes. Y como voy a tener mi appointment trabajando con ellos, voy a tener como le dijera yo que...
So he says that they wear masks and he plans for them to wear masks, gloves. La pregunta era, Francisco, ¿qué es lo que hacen ahorita? ¿Dónde estás?
Ok. Todas personas nos estamos tomando la temperatura antes de llegar a la barbería.
They are doing temperature check also once they get to the shop.
Y que usen guantes, que están usando su mascarilla cuando estamos recortando y estamos trabajando cada 6 pies, estamos trabajando ahorita.
And they're doing the 6 feet social distancing apart. He wears gloves also and the masks.
Great. Okay, and just so we have a little bit of an idea about the surroundings, are there other barbershops very nearby?
My question to you now is, are you referencing to where he is currently working, or you're referencing to the new location?
The new location, so 3214 North Avenue, just to get a vision of what that retail area looks like.
Okay. Ahorita en la locación que vas a abrir, quieres saber si hay otras barbershops cerca en la área, en la nueva locación que vas a abrir.
De barbershop, yo creo que no, nomás hay un salón que está ahí a la par, pero de masaje y de que es de uñas, creo que no recortan ahí cabello de mujeres también.
So from his knowledge, there is no barbershop. There is a hair salon, but not a barbershop. He says that there's like a nail tech and something with a massage, but from his knowledge, he believes that there is nothing as far as a barbershop.
Okay. Okay, any other questions from the board? Sounds like there's none. So thank you everybody for your time. Mr. Francisco, gracias por tu tiempo y buena suerte con tu tienda.
Gracias a usted.
Sí.
Thank you as well to you.
Great. Ms. Rodriguez, thank you for translating. That was really helpful. So If no questions
You're welcome.
additional from the board, we will move forward.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Yep, thanks. Okay. Now let's please call matter 4-21-S. It's at 646 East 43rd Street. As everyone gets settled, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. This is Ms. Boyd?
Yes.
Great, Ms. Boyd, before we get started, can you please state the name and address for the record? Your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Maisha Boyd. My address is 4441 South Greenwood Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60653.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Wonderful. So tell us a little bit about what brings you here today.
Okay, so I am a nail technician. I've been in the industry for 14 years. I was currently working in a salon down the street, actually location 1009 East 43rd Street. It's not far at all from the new location that I signed a lease for. I actually didn't know. I checked the zoning and saw that it was appropriate for a nail salon, but I had no clue about the special use. So thank God the owner of the Moore Salon, she's been letting me work out of a suite there until I get the business license to take my clients in the new location.
Ms. Boyd, real quick, sorry to interrupt you. I'm experiencing some feedback with your speaker. Can you just make sure you don't have any other sound on the computer, or if we can't fix that, if we just take this one a little bit slowly?
Okay. I don't.
Right now it's great. It was choppy for a second there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
this is great. Let's carry on.
Okay. So like I was saying, did you hear me when I said I worked in the salon down the street for some years? Okay, awesome. So yeah, I actually also took a certificate for Barbicide for COVID and sanitation purposes for the business. Also, my clients and myself, I already wore masks though when I serviced the clients. So since the COVID had happened, the customers have to wear a mask as well. I had already did by appointment only, so it's always a one-on-one basis with my customer and myself. So that wasn't a drastic change for us because we were already doing that. So it's never a lot. It's just always me and my client together. So, and I have the other customers, like when they have to come in, they have to sit in the car and I give them a call when I'm ready for them. So it's not a lot of us inside the salon at one time.
And what are your intended hours for the new salon?
9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And is that Monday through Sunday, or?
It's actually Tuesday through Saturday.
Great. And can you talk about a little bit about in the area, if there's a lot of competition with what you do, what the retail sector right there looks like?
Absolutely. So on 43rd Street, there are no all natural nail salons. So I'm only catering to natural nails. I've seen salons, but I haven't seen any nail shops on 43rd Street.
Great.
And like I said, I've been in the community a very long time. I've been living in the community for 13 years. So I'm familiar of what's needed because I live here. My son also goes to school in the community as well. And it's very convenient to live in the community and work in the community. And about 90% of my customers live in the community as well. And I talk to them a lot, and I've gotten a lot of feedback how needed, how much the all natural nail salon is needed in the community. So that's what made me build enough courage to open up my own.
That's great. So it sounds like you're going to know from the get-go your customer base.
Absolutely, absolutely. I also took a grant class a few years ago to help me get to this point I am right now. And they helped me with a business plan, and they really taught me how to expand my business, and it's going very, very well for taking that educational class.
Great. And I just want to acknowledge for the record that we have a letter in support from Alderwoman King, and that the board has reviewed.
Yes.
And letters of recommendation from clients as well.
Yes.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Boyd? Sounds like none. Ms. Boyd, so thank you for coming today and speaking with us, and we'll take this under consideration.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to be moving to calendar number 5-21-Z at 2658 West Maypole Avenue. Mr. Mills, let us know when you're present.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Is this Mr. Gregory Milsk?
Yes, sir, it is.
Great. Mr. Milsk, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Gregory Milsk, address 2020 North California, Suite 208, and that's Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And can you please give us an overview? I know there's a few people here on this matter. If you could just introduce each, and I'll get them sworn in as well.
Yes, I've got Kareem Musawir. He's a consultant. I've got Ayman Khalil. He's a real estate investor and developer. And I've got Ricardo Garcia. He's the architect.
Okay, great. I'm going to get them all sworn in. And then when I let you begin a presentation, since you're presenting pro se, you can call on them to give testimony when desired. So let's start with Mr. Musawir. Kareem, if you're there, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Kareem Musawir. I'm at 221 North LaSalle Street here in Chicago.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Khalil, if you're there, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Chairman, I don't see Mr. Khalil here.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe Mr. Khalil would be speaking. Mr. Ricardo Garcia is the architect.
Great. Yeah, Mr. Garcia, if you're here, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Ricardo Garcia, 4041 West Roscoe in Chicago, 60641.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
All right, good. Mr. Mills, I'm going to let you take it away. I think we're looking for as much presentation and facts as possible. I know you're doing this pro se. We just have some gaps from in the findings of fact from what we like to see.
Okay, sure. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board for allowing me to present here. I'm before you today seeking approval for a variation application 5-21-Z for the subject property at 2658 West Maple. We are looking to reduce the required minimum lot area per unit from 2,000 square feet to 1,998 and 3/4 square feet, which is not less than the 90% of required minimum lot area. This would permit the use of 2 dwelling units, a use otherwise prohibited solely because of the insufficient area of the lot. We are looking to construct a new 2-story, 2 dwelling unit residence with 2 unenclosed parking spaces. The subject lot area is 25 feet by 79.95 feet and is a lot of record. There are a number of multi-unit residential improvements on this block, which include new construction builds, which this would be. These 2 units we believe are appropriate for this location, and these 2 units will also be affordable for this area. Each unit will plan to have in-unit laundry, separate HVAC units, and off-street parking, 1 per unit. As you can see, the floor plans here were prepared by Ricardo Garcia. Are there any questions?
You know, let's get some testimony on this one, if you will, from Mr. Garcia, and then Mr. Musawir.
Sure. So obviously, it's currently a vacant land. It's somewhat of an irregular lot size. As you saw in the site plan, it has a little bit of a slight angle at the rear property line, and due to the location and the recorded of these measurements, again, the lot area is 1,998.75 square feet. Per what we're trying to do, the RT4 zoning requires 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit, so we're shy 1.25 square feet of land area for the construction of the 2 units on this property. As my client Gregory Mills mentioned, this is a 2-story, 2 dwelling residence. The exterior facade is going to be of masonry construction, brick, which is in kind with what is out there currently in that neighborhood and that block. There is no plans for a basement on this building, and the unit size is 795 square feet per unit. And part of the reason for that is just due to the setbacks and the size of the lot. That's what we're allowed at the end of the day. And there's, again, 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit for this property.
Okay, and really quick, Mr. Garcia, what we have you, so we've got to look into hardship on not granting the variation. This is obviously, when it comes to distance, pretty small variation, 2,000 square feet to 1998.75 square feet. What's the problem with, what's the hardship involved with not just complying by the 1998, or sorry, by the 2000, and, you know?
Well, the vacant lot in this neighborhood is primarily multifamily residence and primarily 2-story residence. My client is attempting to basically create something that is in kind with the neighborhood, with the community, a 2-story, 2-dwelling residence. And again, due to that 1.25 shortage of the lot area, it doesn't, at least with regards to the zoning requirements, it doesn't provide us the required 1,000 square feet per unit. And again, this is a proposed 2-dwelling unit residence.
Okay, and this related question might go more to Mr. Milsk, but for these variations, we like to see pretty clear economic analysis. This is the economics without the variation. This is the economics with the variation. Can you talk to us a little bit about what kind of return would be expected without the variation versus what kind of return is to be expected with the variation?
It's hard to say specifically on a true return, but we kind of looked at the situation as the opportunity to have this be an owner-occupied building with one unit as an owner occupancy, and the second unit being rented out to help a potential owner pay their mortgage, so to speak. And we thought that at this time that might be a really good add to the neighborhood to allow someone to own a property, whereas to own a full single family home might be a little tougher for people, and especially now in these COVID times, we think that that's even more so the case.
Okay, so a question for you, just because we've got to get some idea on reasonable return, is for you as the developer, what do you expect as a reasonable return on this project?
Are you looking for like a percentage or dollar,
Yes.
like sales amount?
Dollars, percentages. I know we've got some dollars in your, but yeah, a percentage.
I think somewhere in the 10% return range might be feasible. And a lot will depend on the rising construction costs, which are very much impactful over the past year, I would say. I think the construction costs have been rising and diminishing some returns and diminishing a lot of the projected returns from a year ago.
Okay. And board members, as I think of questions, feel free to hop in with any of your own.
Yes, this is Jolene Stahl. I have a question. From your the info in your materials, it appears that you that looks like you were planning on renting it, but it sounds like you just said your intention was to sell the property. So can you just clarify what your plan is?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for your question. We are prepared to kind of rent or sell. I think our preference would be to sell to an individual homeowner who would rent the second unit. If we are not able to sell due to just, the climate of the economy, we would be prepared to operate it as a 2-unit rental building.
Do you have a sense of what the sales price would be?
My thought would be somewhere in the 400,000 range.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Mills, what would you do? What's your alternative, either design-wise or just broader plan-wise, if you were to not get the variation?
We would have to take a look. Obviously, as of right, only thing we could build is a single unit. So we would have to look back at redesigning this drawing to be a single family home, and also look at the economics of it as to what is it feasible for us to get a loan and build and sell or rent at that use.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, it sounds like none. So I'll leave it up to you though, if you want to get Mr. Musawir on the record in any way. That is not necessarily required with this matter, but he's here, so that's up to you.
If he'd like to add something, I'd be happy to let him speak.
Well, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing that. And I just want to say, obviously, there is some hardship here. We got a lot that's only 25 by about 80 feet deep. The attempt to build some affordable housing in this area is another hardship, but the applicant is seeking to do that and carry the weight of this development until such time comes as it can be sold. Affordable housing, of course, is needed, especially new affordable housing as our interior neighborhoods decay, and housing is affordable housing in particular is at a shortage. And then developers building affordable housing is even more rare. So we think there's a hardship here that is being addressed with this variation, and that it's a reasonable request, less than less than 2 square feet per unit. And I would rest with that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess the question I'd throw out is, when you say affordable housing, are you using affordable as a descriptive adjective, or are you saying technical affordable housing?
Well, these units, I think Greg could tell you better, but these units would, if they, in the event they rented, their 2 beds, 2 bath units will rent for about $1,200. That's affordable for the area.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to take it as more affordable as a description. Okay.
Correct.
Any questions from the board? Okay. Sounds like there's none. Thank you everyone for your time, and we'll take this one under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Milsk is going to be back up. We are going to hear all at once matters 6-10-Z to 10-21-Z. So 5 variations. Mr. Milsk, just let us know when you're back.
All right. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm
So
back.
you're sworn in. This is now taking under consideration matters 6-10-Z to 6-21-Z to 10-21-Z at 1017 West 16th Street. Before you get started, I just want to note we've got a lot of variations here, so I'm hoping you can give us a pretty detailed walkthrough, no matter how lengthy that may feel. So first off, let us know anyone who is with you on this matter, if there's anyone, and we'll get them sworn in.
Thank you. I have the same 2 witnesses, Ricardo Garcia, my architect, and Kareem Musawir, who you previously spoke with on the last matter.
Yep, Mr. Garcia and Mr. Musawir are sworn in, so you can start your overview.
Okay. I will be as detailed as possible here, so bear with me. So I am before you today seeking approval for 5 variation applications. Matters 6-21-Z through 10-21-Z for the property at 1017 West 16th Street. Should we prevail and approve these applications, these variations would allow us to build a 4-story, 8 dwelling unit building with a roof deck, trash enclosure on the ground level, 8 open parking spaces along the side and rear of the building, and 2 new driveways to access said parking spaces along West 16th Street. And now I'll go into each individual variation. So I'm seeking a variation to reduce the required minimum lot area from 8,000 square feet to 7,929 square feet, not to be less than 90% of the required minimum. Our minimum lot area of 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit is shy by 8.875 feet per unit, so we are less than the 90% required minimum. I'm also seeking a variation to increase the maximum permitted building height from 38 feet to 40 feet, not more than a 10% increase. Our request for 2 feet is less than the 10% increase and allows us to have 9-foot interior finished ceiling heights, which we believe will give a much better quality of life and functionality, allowing more natural light for every unit in the building. I'm also seeking a variation to relocate the minimum required rear yard open space of 520 square feet to a 1,674 square foot roof deck to be accessed by the 4th floor units. The accessibility of the roof deck will be via stairway at the front and rear of the building. This variation allows us to provide the open parking and vehicular use area around the building for the benefit of our tenants because we have no true alley access for this lot. This is why we have proposed 2 driveways to allow vehicular ingress and egress to the property. I am also seeking a variation to allow direct access to off-street parking when alley access for such parking is prevented by a utility pole or other public appurtenance. Our property has no alley access due to the fact that there are 3 ComEd light poles running along the east side of the property from the rear to the front of the property, and the existing alley is also only 8 feet wide. Lastly, I am seeking a variation to reduce the minimum required west side setback from 7.97 feet to 0 feet. The east side to be 0 feet as allowed for abutting next to an alley. And to reduce the minimum required setback from the front building line for rooftop elements exceeding the maximum building height from 20 feet to 8.5 feet to allow construction of the rooftop stairway enclosure at the front of the building. The west side setback reduction is to allow for off-street parking spaces, including 2 ADA parking spaces at the east side setback, and to allow for the trash enclosure, along with the driveway. We believe these variations provide us with an opportunity to build a building that would promote a comfortable and enjoyable lifestyle for those who would live on this property. Every floor has elevator and ADA accessibility, and the ground floor units in particular are designed for and would be preferred for ADA tenants. These are all to be 2-bed, 2-bath units with in-unit laundry, individual HVAC systems, and 1 dedicated off-street parking space per unit. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and feel free to ask any questions, and my architect and Kareem are also on as well.
Yeah, Mr. Mills, I think there's going to be some questions on this just based on the application, but if you could please, maybe Mr. Garcia can go through his findings and Mr. Musawir, and that will maybe help us knock out some of the questions.
Absolutely.
Sorry, this is Jolene Saul. Just because there are 5 of these, if as you're going through them, you can also address the hardship, that would be extremely helpful.
Mr. Garcia, so go right ahead. Oh, Mr. Garcia, I believe that you're on mute. I see that you're here, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right. Sorry about that. My client is proposing to construct a 4-story, 8-dwelling residence on this lot. And per the RT4 zoning of this lot, 1,000 square feet of lot area is required for each dwelling unit. And per that, the proposed 8-dwelling unit would be short by 63 square feet of what is the requirement for that. So the hardship on that one is we're trying to achieve, besides with the symmetry of the design of the building, where it's a 4-story double wide building, 2 units, 2 residential dwelling units on each floor. This would prohibit my client from constructing an 8-unit residence, and we are seeking to construct the 8-unit residence for this if possible. With regards to the variation on the west side to be 0, primarily it's not because of the building location, it's due to the trash enclosure location. And since this lot is somewhat landlocked around at the back, there is no alleyway at the back of the property. And at the east side, there is a reduced alleyway that it's not really for vehicular use. It's a legal common alley. We are setting back the building from the east side so that we can provide interior drive through the site so that you can come in from the north west entry point and then exit from the north east alleyway side or of the property. So the again, the variation for the west is because of the trash enclosure. The building height variation is due to the stairwell enclosure that is required for this building, and that exceeds the allowed building height, and also the stairwell location. And the size of the building is primarily also designed based on what is needed on the site for the residents to be able to park their vehicles on the site. So location of the stairwells are prime and optimum as far as use and life safety for this building. The other variation is, okay, the rear yard open space variation, again, due to the inaccessibility of the lot, we're designing basically the rear of the property to be used for vehicular use and for parking for the residents. So the hardship is essentially to allow us to relocate the rear yard open space to rooftop deck of the proposed residence. And then the building height, again, it comes to the stairwell of this building that exceeds the allowed building height. And also, I'm sorry, I got to take one step back. The building height, also the building, we're asking for the variation due to the floor to ceiling height of 9-foot ceiling for the residential units. As my client, Gregory Mills, mentioned earlier, we're trying to give these residents ample apartment, a very a pleasant feeling of living in a space. And also not only natural light coming in, but at the north of the property, it's almost unobstructed views. There is a private railway. I'm not sure if it's the RTA railway system, but it's literally in front of the building. And then beyond that is the University Village Commons and some views of the city skyline as well. We're trying to achieve a more pleasant feel for the tenants of this building. Lastly, asking for the variation of the direct access for the off-street parking, and once again, off of the 16th Street on the north side, northwest corner, and northeast corner, and primarily the northeast side due to the lack of space for vehicle use. So we're offsetting the building from the east side to provide ample space for vehicular circulation to come in and out of the property. And this would be for the residents. This is not for the public way, of course. That's kind of it for the moment. Actually, it's a masonry building. The neighborhood primarily consists of multi-residential buildings. The building next door is relatively new. I don't know what year it was built, but it's similar concept. It's a double wide masonry building, multi-unit, and we're just trying to continue that within the neighborhood as well. Oh, and lastly, another feature of these units, they will all have open balconies on the north front side. So in essence, each dwelling unit will have their own private open area per se. Each balcony is approximately 67 square feet of area as well.
Thanks, Mr. Garcia. And before we get into what I think will be more substantive hardship questions, I just want to ask you, I note that there's going to be a stairwell for roof access on the front and the back. Is that a design need?
It's a life safety requirement. For rooftop access, you're required to have 2 means of egress. So it's a life safety design element that we have on for that.
And will that be a common space? I know they all have individual outdoor spaces, but is the roof deck for one unit in particular or for all the units?
At this point, the rooftop deck can be accessible by all the units. Yes.
I just have a clarifying question, Jolene Saul. So if there weren't a roof deck, would you need the second set of stairs?
You still require the second set of stairs because it's a it's a 4-story building. So you're required to have 2 means of egress. Okay. And again, due to the lot size and the vehicular use, another alternative could have been to provide an open stairwell at the back, but that would be in the way of vehicular path. So we couldn't provide that.
Okay, anything else before we turn to Mr. Musawir and then open up the floor for all questions to everybody? Okay, Mr. Musawir, if you could give us a bit of an overview on your end, anything that you think is applicable and helpful to us, that would be great.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kareem Musawir, and yes, first of all, the building that is on the site is a commercial building in a residential neighborhood. So that building is going to be raised for the proposal that the applicant has put forth before the board to establish residential use on this lot. And as you can see from the design, this building is open to a lot of natural light and air by the setbacks that the architect has designed. And the amount of lot area that has been left open just to be useful for all parties concerned there. The units, new 2-bed, 2-bath units with 9-foot ceilings, which is what the 2-foot variation in the building height allows for. I think it's essential now and to be able to provide more ceiling height in these types of units rather than having a cavernous look when you're in the house. Then the minimum lot area of 8,000 square feet being reduced to what's proposed at 7,929 square feet is a request because on balance, we want to have a 4-unit, 4-story building that would be able to be affordable for this area as well. Because if you build 2, in the event that we have to build 3, we'd have to, 6 units, we'd have to charge more. And it makes the project less doable.
Real quick, can you remind me if these are going to be rented out or for sale?
Greg?
These are looking to be rented out.
Okay, keep going. Thank you.
Okay, so then we got the reduction of the west side setback and from 7.97 feet to 0, and the minimum required setback from the front of the building for the rooftop element. Obviously, that's the stairway enclosure. That's going to be 8.5 feet from the front of the building rather than 20 feet from the face of the building. It should be noted that across the street from this site is that the entire block across the street from this site is part of a railroad abutment and railroad construction. So there are no neighbors across the street. This building is facing a street that will have only residents on the south side, and there's open parking on the north side. That's another thing. And then the variation to relocate the required 520 feet, 20 square feet rear yard open space onto the roof deck is preferable because it gives more room for the vehicular use area on the ground floor. Everybody has balconies. It's already a very open site and a very usable space. I mean, the grounds and the openness around them is already very usable for all of the tenants. Then you got the increase in the building height from 38 to 40. We talked about that, allowing for the 9-foot ceilings, and the application to permit direct access to off-street parking when an alley access is prevented is because of the fact that there isn't reduced size alleys, 8 feet, and then there are like 3 light poles along that alley. So there's no opportunity to use it for ingress and egress for the purpose of this application. And then to accommodate the difference, we have to provide the two driveways off of West 16th Street, one for ingress, one for egress, and the openness around the building in order for that vehicular use area to be unobstructed. I think these variations are reasonable in this application for 8 units, and this is the best we could present to make this a buildable project.
Okay, and real quick, just so to level set a little bit, because we are dealing with a good bucket of variations here. And let me know if you as the applicant disagree, because this might be in a way making an argument for you in some ways, but I view the relocation of rear yard open space slightly separate from the other variations because I believe this is a lot that is substandard in depth. And same goes with the off-street parking variation because there are these utility poles. The other 3 variations having to do with the setback and the height increase, we are going to really want to hear some hardship argument on that has to do with numbers, because of course, you know, we don't have many numbers in this report, which has made it hard for us to view this as a whole. But because without numbers, I would say, you know, what's the hardship in just doing 7 units instead of 8? And it seems to then fit into the current standards requirements. So let's use that as a segue, Greg, into you giving us whatever economic analysis that you can.
Sure, and I think Kareem kind of touched on this. So from a pure unit mix perspective, essentially you'd have, instead of 2 tiers of 4 units with a middle entry, we would have, you know, to keep the same square footage but reduced to 7 units, we would be looking at 1 unit that is twice the size, which we think, though may still be able to be rented, is probably less desirable for this area, and maybe harder to rent out as well, you know, as a 4-bedroom, 2-3 bath unit. So in our opinion of the area, we think that the 2-bedroom, 2-bath mix fits the area better. And also, we think that by having such a large unit, the rental rate may be cost prohibitive to just protect prospective tenants for the building. So it's kind of more of a, you know, economics of renters' ability to rent, our ability to lease them out, and just the the marketability of such a large single unit that's so big there, we think that might be tough for us.
What about 6 units? Just if you cut a floor. In terms of economic feasibility for you.
You're saying cut an entire floor off?
So I'll just, it feels like, when you come with 5 variations, it feels like you're, just at first glance, it feels like you're trying to do too much on the site, right?
Yeah.
So I get you don't want to maybe necessarily have a 4-bedroom rental unit, right? But that's not your only alternative to what we have. So, yeah.
Sure. And I understand what you're saying. A lot of the reason for so many requests here are due to, how to fit parking in. And I think we will likely have the same issues if we reduce to, let's say, 6 parking spots or 7 parking spots. Without the alley access, we have a similar issue. And I think Ricardo might be able to explain more on the codes and requirements for driveway widths and parking stalls, because he spent a lot of time on fitting in these parking spots, and I believe that even with one less unit, it would still be a necessity to have these driveways due to the lack of an alley access for this property.
Yeah, and I'll just note, I'll note before Ricardo speaks to that, we view these variations all separately. So it's not.
Oh, I see.
It's not we either approve all 5 or we approve none. It's we could approve 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. It just is a hypothetical. So the parking
Understood. Thank you.
is somewhat of a different matter. I think what Jolene's getting at is reasonable return is something we look at, and related to the size of the building. We don't have numbers, so it's really hard for us to see if you cut off a floor, for as much as we know because of what's been presented to us, there's a reasonable return.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So I'll put it up to you whether you want to have Ricardo talk about the parking, or we're going to circle back anyway to numbers, just so we can get a perspective, such as, what did you buy the land for? What do you expect construction costs to be? We can try to do this all verbally, even though we do really prefer, and I think soon we'll be requiring it to be in writing ahead of time.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't aware of that. I can certainly write something up and send it to you guys as well. Ricardo, did you want to speak on?
Yeah, so just chiming in quickly or briefly with regards to, as Ms. Stahl proposed, if a floor were to be removed, for example, the west side setback and the east side curb cut, it still would be the same issue with regards to vehicular circulation through the site due to the depth of the site primarily being narrow, and then the public alleyway on the east side not usable for actual vehicles. Those setbacks, there's just no way around those. A refuse truck wouldn't be able to fit going into the property to get the trash. So we feel that the trash enclosure optimal location would be primarily where it is. It would be with a masonry enclosure. We will put landscape over it, so it would be very minimal as far as view from the public way. That's as far as removing that other floor. I can't speak any more than Greg and Mr. Musawir already mentioned with regards to building height. We're trying to give a feel for the tenants where an 8-foot ceiling is more of an older buildings, maybe in the suburbs, and a lot of Chicago buildings, in particular 100-year-old buildings, where there's multiple apartments. A lot of times the ceilings are 9 feet, sometimes even 10 feet high. And we just wanted to give that same feel to the tenants that are going to come here and live here with their families. It's a pleasant feel. I can't unfortunately speak on the dollar side, but on the design side, that was the intent of that. And those are part of the reasons for those hardships on those last elements that you just mentioned.
I have a couple questions. One, it is hard for me to see the detail on the site plan. So can you just describe what's happening on the west side, since that is one of the subjects? I just can't tell what's, I mean, I think there's parking, but in front and in the back, I just can't tell what is marked there.
Sure. Just 1 second, please. So on the northeast entryway, we have a curb cut for the entryway accessing the parking and vehicular path. There are 2 handicap accessible parking spaces just below the trash enclosure off of the west side, which are the larger spaces. Then we have 2 more vehicle parking spaces on the west edge of that property. And then towards the rear south, we have 4 diagonal parking spaces as well. And then we have the circulation path for egress. It will be a hard paved surface on the east side of the building to exit out. The building is set back 9 feet 4 from the actual property line. In the physical reality out there, once this is all said and done and approved and constructed, that property line is not necessarily visible because it's adjacent to the public alleyway, and it's going to appear wider. Again, there's some public common utility light poles that are a little bit more towards the east of that property line. It's just going to give a feeling. We have landscaping on the front, some landscaping on the back. We also have 4 bicycle parking spaces on the front of the property that just helps, and it's actually not only helping, but it's required by the code because of the number of dwelling units that we're providing here as well.
Is it on the west side, is it the trash enclosure that's triggering the need for variation?
Yes, it is. The building from the west face of the building to the west property line is actually 25 feet 6 3/8 inches. So it's not the actual building that we're asking the variations for the trash enclosure.
Thanks. And then I almost forgot, so before I forget, slightly different line of questioning, but what are the rents? I don't know if you, Ms. for Greg, I don't know if that was mentioned, but what are the anticipated rents for the units?
For the 2-bed, 2-bath units, we would anticipate 1,800 rents. And for if we were to do, like you suggested, potentially 1 large unit, I would guess it'd be, let's say double that, 3,600.
3,600 just for that large unit, right?
I'm sorry, you cut off there?
Oh, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So when you say 3,600, you double, that would just be for the 1 large unit, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking theoretically, if we were to take 2 units, combine them into 1, it would probably be double that, just based on size and what's provided there.
Okay. And so that we have a point of basis, actually, and then I'll let Jolene go because she's a lot better at this line of questioning than I am. But can you just directly tell us what you purchased the land for and any construction cost estimate you anticipate?
Sure, yeah. So we're looking at, say, 700 purchase, total project cost with construction about 2.4, 2.5 million. That's with the purchase price. And so let's use 2.4 for easy math. At 8 units, we're at 300,000 per unit. At 7 units, it jumps to about 345-ish per unit. And at 6 units, it jumps to 400 per unit at our cost. And keep in mind, part of the extra cost here is that this is an elevator building, which, is a large expense, but we think is important for this area.
I wasn't gonna actually ask about the rate of return stuff, but if it were 3 stories, would the elevator be required?
The elevator is actually not required. This is a feature that my client is providing for the tenant.
And then, oh, sorry.
No, my apologies. Yeah, no, actually, you're right. Yeah, it's fine. I hold what I said. That's fine.
Okay. And then, just in terms of the broader area, are there other 4-story buildings in the area? Would this be the tallest? Can you just kind of describe how this would fit into the context of the neighborhood?
On 16th Street, on this block, this would be the only 4-story building. The building next to our proposed building is currently 3 stories with a raised basement. So technically it could be a 4-story, but part of it, you could see a little bit on the left side of that photo. And then towards the east on Halsted side, you have several buildings that are much taller than this. And also across the railway, the University Village, there's also several buildings that are much higher than this as well. But on this block and this area, this would be the only building proposed with 4 stories.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I guess so. Before well, first I'll say any other questions from the board, please just feel free to ask them. Okay, so as we review this, we review in light of our standards. One thing that we need to show is a hardship that without the variation, a reasonable return will not be met. So like I mentioned, each of these variations will be viewed differently because there's different types of hardships occurring. I guess one that I'm thinking about, and I'd like to just hear from you before we deliberate later today, on the first variation requested, which is the reduced lot area, which to me is really the variation that allows you to have 8 units instead of 7, which 7 you could do within this part of the code. Would you be able to have a reasonable rate of return with 7 units or 6, like Jolene mentioned? It would be helpful for us to hear a little bit of your analysis, any argument related to that.
Sure, and I think Ricardo might be able to help on the way that he would facilitate the drawings. But one issue with that is, the reduction in units increases our cost per unit on a per unit basis. And then if, let's say, we don't get the other variations that combined help us achieve parking, then it would increase our cost to, let's say we dig down and put underground parking, for example, which is a possible solution, but would drastically raise price and probably, probably mean that we don't do this project. And so this was, and I know you look at each one individually, but from a cost perspective, we look at them a little bit together and how they relate to each other. And so I think that the unit count is one of the most impactful things to our budget.
Yep. This is Kareem Musawir, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, go ahead, Kareem.
The other matter that we discussed when we were designing this project is that in the four level of housing is common in this area. There is a 4-story building to the west of this project on the block to the west. But in the event that we don't bring that bottom unit, even with the ground, even with the grade, then we don't have accessibility for ADA tenants. And that's one of the things that the owner wanted to get in were accessible ADA units. And that's why we needed the 2 feet of height increase that this district doesn't allow.
There a requirement, sorry for jumping in, Mrs. Jolene Saul. Is there ADA requirement or is this totally voluntary by the developer?
Voluntary. This is not a requirement.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys heard me. This is it's not a requirement, but it was an optional choice by us.
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, I think we've gotten a lot of facts out, so it sounds like we have enough to deliberate on this. So we'll take all the variations under consideration and we will report back by vote end of the day. But thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, I'm going to call a short 10-minute recess. Let's say until, say it's 11:25 a.m. until 11:35 a.m. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great. So we're going to reconvene at 11:35 a.m. Again, just a 10-minute recess. So thank you, everyone. All right, I'm going to wait until we see Commissioner Toya on to reconvene. Hey, Kamal, can you let Sam in if you haven't already? I see him. Okay. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great, we are reconvened, and let's now go in regular order to matter 11-21-S, which is at 2735 North Lincoln Avenue. It's Megara Properties. While they get situated, Jeanette will read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation.
Good morning once again. My name is Jeanette Velasquez. I'm here to read the recommendation from the Department of Planning and Development. The department recommends approval of the proposed barbershop. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the barbershop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design, as well as operating characteristics. And lastly, it is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez. Is Mr. Cole and Mr. Scarlatta present?
Yes, this is Roland Cole.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman. This is Michael Scarlatta.
Great, great. Welcome, everyone. Mr. Cole, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Roland Cole, and my address is 240 Northwest 25th Street, apartment 215, Miami, Florida, 33127.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. And before we swear in Mr. Scarlatta, can you just identify yourself? You're the applicant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is Mr. Scarlatta's role?
He is the operations manager of ARC4.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Scarlatta, will you please state your name and address for the record? Michael, are you still there?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. Michael Scarlatta, 2347 Southport Avenue, Lincoln Park.
Great. And Mr. Scarlatta, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceeding?
I do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Cole, if you could just walk us through what you're trying to do today.
Sure. So, well, first of all, thank you for having us. We're grateful for the time that you've given us today. And we're seeking to apply for special use to open a barbershop at 2735 North Lincoln Avenue.
Okay, great. If you could just give us an overview of your experience in the industry, the operations of the tentative barber salon, all of those types of things, and we will then ask some questions.
Sure. So we're seeking to provide high quality haircuts and shaves to the residents of Lincoln Park and beyond. Services will include, but not be limited to, haircuts, beard shaves, head shaves, and facial hair trims. We anticipate being open every day and being open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. We have 7 stations in the barbershop and therefore anticipate having 7 barber chairs. As far as experience is concerned, I'll defer to our operations manager, Mike Scarlata, on that.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, board. Thank you again for your time today. I'm a 3rd generation barber, born and raised in Chicago. I run a successful barbershop here in the Lincoln Park neighborhood named Mario's Place Barbershop. I'll just be bringing basically my expertise growing up in this world and running this business into this new venture with these men.
Okay, great. And I see, and you've noted that there's going to be eventually 7 stations. Can you talk to us a bit about how you will be dealing with COVID, and if during this time of the pandemic, you will be doing appointments any differently, any precautions you'll be taking?
Yeah, so this is a new venture, so there isn't a current precedent or standard, but we do intend to fully comply with all CDC guidelines, as well as any guidelines set by the city of Chicago.
Okay, great. So just a few off the top of my head. Everyone will be in masks at all times.
Correct.
Do you plan operationally to, is it going to be appointment only, or will you be at this point in time allowing walk-ins?
We haven't determined that yet, but again, we would just seek to do whatever is in line with compliance regulations with the CDC and with the city. So yeah, that's how I'd answer that.
Okay. Any questions from the board? I guess one thing I ask is if you've had any discussions in that neighborhood, in the community, with other retailers, and is there a lot of competition? Are there a lot of other barbershops around?
Right. So we have spoken with and as you know, I believe the Right Wood Neighbors Association. Yep. And received their endorsement. As far as our knowledge is concerned, as far as our knowledge is, there are several salons in the area, but no barbershops within an immediate, half-mile radius of our shop.
Okay, great. Any other questions from the board? Sounds like none. So we'll take this under consideration. Mr. Cole, thank you for your time today. Same to you, Mr. Scarlata.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Great. Let's move along to matter 13-21-Z, which is a variation at 2459 South Washtenaw Avenue. And this, it looks like it's counsel is Rolando Acosta or Jimena Castro. And the applicant appears to be Teofil Corte.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Jimena, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so go right ahead.
I'm sure, I think Tio is on the call, and so also Oscar, who's the architect, but I'll present him in a minute.
Great.
So
really quick, actually, Jimena, is this, the alderman's representative is here for this matter, is that correct?
yes, I was alerted that I think Juan might be present from the alderman's office.
Okay. Okay, we'll deal with that in the background and give Juan time to speak. But go right ahead.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esker. I'm also the zoning attorney for the matter before you today. With me on this call is Teofil Corte, who's the manager for the applicant. Teo, can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Teo Corte, 5901 North Cicero, Chicago, Illinois, Suite 303. Zip code is 60046.
Great. And Mr. Corte, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then with us also on the call, the architect for the project, Oscar Alba. Oscar, can you please state your name and business address for the record? He might be on a phone number.
Yeah, let's see. We'll find him.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and start if you don't mind.
Yep, go ahead and start, and we can
Okay.
circle back. Yep.
All right, so so this property was purchased by the applicant in 2016. The property is improved with a three-story building with an attached one-car garage. It is a substandard lot with approximately 20 by 109 square feet. Prior to 2016, the property was vacant, and it was a gang-infested building. It had approximately 10 units, 7 of those units being illegal. In 2016, like I mentioned, the applicant purchased the property. In 2018, the applicant rezoned the property from an RT4 to an RM5 to legalize 2 units. So we have a total of 5 units now on the property, and we still have the 1 parking spot. And to make everything happen, to legalize and to allow the applicant to operate the 5 units, we're seeking for a parking reduction for 2 spaces. We also have been in contact with the adjacent neighbor to the north. Since 2016, he was very happy that TO purchased the property for the problems mentioned previously. And he has been supportive of the rezoning then. He has no objections to the variation today. And we're here to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Do you know, did we get the architect on? I mean, what was the architect's name again?
Oscar Alba.
Let's see if we find Oscar.
Chairman, Oscar Alba was signed in. Okay, I see a Priscilla, maybe that's it.
Yes, yes. That's his partner. He may be signed in through her.
Great. Oh, yep. There we go. Okay, so do we want to get the architect on, Jimena?
Yeah, sure. Oscar, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Priscilla. Hi, is Oscar there?
Yeah, hi, Jimena. Yeah, Oscar just logged out. Let me just call him real quick and
okay. And just for the record, this is Priscilla. Yeah, just for the record, for the court reporter who's taking this down, Priscilla Acosta is Oscar Alba's partner. So we're just transitioning right now to make sure that Oscar is on the line.
Okay. Okay, so a few questions while that happens that come to mind. So, and they're mostly clarifying. So in operation, this building was previously operating with 10 dwelling units.
Correct.
The applicant wants to lease out 5 dwelling units.
Yeah, so there were 10 dwelling units total previously. 7 of them were illegal. Yep. He purchased the property in 2016. In 2018, he rezoned it from an RT4 to an R5. So to legalize 2 of those units. So there's a total of 5 units right now.
Okay. 7 out of 10 units illegal is a lot of illegal units. So yeah. Can you
and the conditions, you know, because it was a gang infested building. So the rehabilitation, you know, to bring it up to par has been a long road for TO.
Can TO give us an idea of what forgetting of what the building used to be, the potential sizes of these new units and how they'll be set up amongst the building?
Yes, and so the top floor, we would have a 2-bedroom apartment, nice size bedrooms with 2 bathrooms. And then the unit below, we would have 2 1-bedroom apartments. And so that would be the mix of the new units. And then the ground floor are duplex apartments, 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartments. And so here it's more of a family oriented neighborhood. And so having bigger bedrooms, having bigger apartments is preferred. So I think in theory, if we would have kept the same footprint everywhere, it would have been 8 units. But one of the things that the alderman wanted at the time of rezoning was more family-friendly housing, and so that's what we have.
Okay, and Tio, also for those, especially for this, the couple of 1-bed apartments, do you have an approximate square footage on size?
Believe they're about 800 square feet.
Okay, good. Those are not tiny size. Okay. Any
This
questions?
is all within the existing
No, keep
footprint of
going.
the building. We're not modifying or expanding the building. It's all within the existing footprint of what's there.
Any questions from the board? And then we'll see if we get Oscar and potentially Juan on. Okay, Oscar, are you there?
He just texted me that he's on the call.
Okay.
Okay, so he might be a cell phone.
He's joining in as panelist.
Okay. Thank you.
And I guess I keep calling more people out, but is Juan on or anyone? It's Alderman Cardenas, right?
Hello, this is Oscar.
Oscar.
Hi, Oscar. How are
Great.
you?
Oh, great. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oscar, I was. It's okay. I was so as you know, we're at the ZBA hearing right now, representing Tio's case. So I'm just going to introduce you really quick. Can you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Oscar Alba, 2541 West Division, Chicago, Illinois 60622.
Thanks, Mr. Alba. Do you swear affirm to tell
And
the
then-
truth in today's proceedings?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
And then, Chairman, I don't know if you did this in the beginning with Tio, but I'll just go ahead and redo it just to validate the affidavits of both Tio and Oscar, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, Tio, you've testified, but if you were to continue testifying and your testimony that you've given before, is it accurate and consistent with the affidavit that we provided to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes.
And then Oscar, the same for you. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that we provided to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes.
Thank you. If there's any other questions, we're happy to answer.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
I've got a question on the issue of hardship. In the proposed findings of fact, it says absent the requested variation, the applicant would not be able to add the 2 additional units, which presents a practical difficulty or particular hardship. Could you just elaborate on exactly what that hardship is?
Yeah, so one of the hardships, as you know, is one of the most obvious hardships is the reduced lot. So it's, I believe, 20 by 109 square feet, and it's lot line to lot line. The building is lot line to lot line. Another hardship would be due to the rehabilitation cost, the return. So if you look at Exhibit D17, we provided a breakdown of the pro forma of the numbers. And without, if Tio were just to operate, for example, just the 3 units that are already legal, the profit would be a point. The difference would be, staggering.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Anyone from the Alderman's office on? We just want to give you a chance since we were informed you would be on. Sounds like no, not a problem. So we will take this under consideration. And Jimena, thank you too for you and Rolando both revised how you're doing the findings of fact, and it's
Yes.
it's very helpful for us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
All
All right,
right.
thanks
Well,
everyone.
thank you for your time.
Okay, let's now move to matter 14-21-S. A special use at 3520 West Diversity Avenue. Mr. Augustin, when you're present, let us know. While everyone's getting situated, I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation. So for matter 14-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a tavern in an existing two-story mixed-use building, provided, number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Consignment Lounge LLC. Number two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of May 6, 2020, with basement and first floor plan dated January 11th, 2021, prepared by Moore Architecture. And number three, there's no outdoor patio for this use due to the proximity of the adjacent residential uses. Mr. Augustin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you. So you are counselor on the.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just make a brief introduction, I'll introduce our witnesses and we'll go forward. So thanks again, Chairman Fred Augustin. I'm the attorney on this matter on behalf of the applicant, Consignment Lounge LLC. The subject property at 3520 West Diversity is a two-story mixed-use building with a basement, first floor commercial, and one dwelling unit on the second floor. The applicant will operate essentially a retail shop that will sell vintage items. It will also serve coffee and operate as a coffee shop. And it will also have a tavern component. The subject property is zone B31. The sale of vintage items and the coffee shop are permitted uses. However, the bar and tavern is only permitted through a special use, which is essentially why we're here before the board this morning. Here with me this morning on behalf of the applicant, Mark Pullman, and our appraiser, Sylvester Kerwin. Mr. Pullman, are you online?
I am. Thanks, Fred.
Okay. Yep, Mr. Pullman, please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Pullman, 2631 North Sacramento, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Thank you, Mr. Pullman. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Mr. Pullman, you're the managing member of the applicant Consignment Lounge LLC, is that correct?
I am.
And you're going to operate essentially what you term as a retail shop on the ground floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
So briefly, just describe to the board your business and also maybe talk about what you're going to do about COVID-19 as well with your operation.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, thank you guys so much for the time. I've lived in Chicago in the neighborhood for close to 10 years. I also own and manage another 2-flat building in the neighborhood that my wife and I also live in, occupying one of the 2 units. I work as a photographer and independent online reseller, dealing in vintage, unique items purchased from auctions and estate sales, mainly like books, posters, pins, artwork, collectibles, fun things to look at and see. I currently sell online, like I said, through like eBay and Etsy and Instagram and places like that. The property in question, 3520 West Diversity, I purchased it about 1.5 years ago as an investment, and also with the intention of restoring the first floor retail use of the building. The previous owner had been living in the space, so my plan was to bring it back and make it available to the community as a storefront again. I plan to use the space as a shop and showroom for my reselling business, and then also wanted to offer a limited selection of beverages, primarily beer and coffee products, to create more of a communal environment, a gathering place for people to come in the neighborhood, as well as sort of a unique and extended shopping experience. And that's sort of in a nutshell my plans for it. This obviously came about, well before COVID was so prevalent and such a big part of our society today. And I, of course, plan to follow all like CDC and Chicago guidelines as far as that's concerned. Precautions off the top of my head that we'll be taking as a business. All employees and customers will be masked up, of course. We'll keep capacity limited based on social distancing regulations and following all laws and regulations for that. We'll do temperature checks upon entry. There will be hand sanitizer placed around the store, as well as plexiglass serving barriers around the bar between customers and the service staff. And then, of course, we would love to offer, to-go beverages based on Chicago City laws and regulations as to what's allowed at the time. And that's basically it. Does anybody have any questions for me?
So before we have the board answer any questions, just to have a few more. Obviously, the liquor component of the shop is the reason we were before this board today. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your hours of operation is Sunday through Thursday, 9 a.m. through 10 p.m., Friday, Saturday, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. And again, that's in an ideal world of operation. It's fluid and based on, my customer base and how the business, operates once it's open. That could obviously fluctuate, but that's the latest that it would ever be open.
Okay.
That's basically how I design those.
Yeah, and just to be clear, as the chairman noted, with the Department of Planning's recommendation, you're not operating in the rear yard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On your behalf, my office did submit an affidavit that you execute. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we continued, your testimony here today would be consistent with the facts presented in your affidavit. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to move over to Mr. Kerwin. Mr. Kerwin, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good morning, good afternoon.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Sylvester Bud Kerwin. I'm president and owner of S.J. Kerwin & Associates, real estate appraisers and consultants, and I have offices at 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois.
And you have testified before this board on numerous occasions as an expert witness. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Bud is sworn in. I believe that was today. Someone correct me if I'm merging meetings, but he's sworn in and we recognize his expertise.
Okay, yes, thank you. So Mr. Kerwin, you're obviously hired to assess the proposed special use as it complies with the Chicago zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And part of your review is you inspected the property as well as the surrounding properties. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct on several occasions.
And so based on your review, the proposed special use complies with those standards?
Yes, it does.
And you've prepared a written report as well as executed an affidavit reflecting your proposed findings as well as your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we continued, your testimony here today would be consistent with the facts in your report as well as in the affidavit. Is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. We're here to answer any questions the board may have for us.
Great. One that you brought up was you let us know about the hours. I'm wondering, are the hours going to be consistent for all parts of the operation? I know there's a few different things happening between shop, cafe, bar, for a better word. Are the hours going to be the hours, or are certain parts going to have different hours?
No, the hours will be the hours, but of course, if it comes to the sale of alcohol, we'll only do those in the hours that are permitted by the law. So obviously, if we open at 9 o'clock in the morning, we're not going to be serving people beer until that's allowed.
And I know you talked to the neighbors. Were there any other community conversations worth highlighting?
I went through working with the alderman's office, with Ramirez Rosa's office, and he's been very helpful through the process. And I also did a site visit with the Logan Square Preservation Society and the Avondale Community Association. I've also been in contact with the Milwaukee Community, I believe it's the Milwaukee Avenue Alliance for business development. So I've been in discussions for over the past year or so dealing with the neighborhood and making sure that everyone was on board with my idea and making sure they knew what I was planning on doing with the space.
Great. Any questions from the board?
I have a quick one. Is it residential on the second floor?
There is, yeah. I currently have a tenant that is on the second floor, and that will remain a full-time residential unit as it has been for as long as I'm aware of.
Do you anticipate any conflicts with the bar downstairs?
No, and that's mainly based on working with them as far as the hours of the establishment is concerned. During the week, everyone will be out of the building by 10. It's not also, planning on being like a loud spot for, dance parties and big events or anything like that. It's mainly like, think of a bookstore that also offers, beer and coffee. So more of a place to go and work on your laptop or meet with a friend for a drink after work, when, of course, we're all allowed to do that again.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, sounds like none. So we will take this under consideration. Thank you for your time today. It's a creative plan, so we'll let you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, moving right along into a long string of cases. So Counselor Barnes, once you're present, let me know, and let's talk about structure for a second. 15-21-S, all the way really through 20-21Z.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Just wanted to wish you a Happy New Year while I wait for the witnesses. I know I'm past my week of being allowed to state that salutation, though I believe, given 2020, that 2021 deserves a little more celebration.
We'll get there.
Not sure if my witnesses are here. Before I begin, though, Mr. Chairman, as you indicated, my client, PH Chicago LLC, 2610 West Chicago, does own 3 contiguous lots on Chicago Avenue, as you see the range above, 2606, 2612, and 2614 West Chicago Avenue. Those properties provide the basis of a total of 3 proposals with 6 forms of relief, 2 for each proposal. The sites and the proposals, as well as the related relief, are almost identical for all 3 of those properties. As such, if it pleases the board and in consideration for the other applicants that I know patiently wait every hearing, I would be happy to, and I think I can do a pretty good job condensing it into one presentation.
Yeah, I think, Counselor, I think that makes sense. And I know that you can present that all clearly. So let's do it in one presentation, and then we'll just note, I know the final 2 are, the lot is slightly different. I think it's a smaller lot. So we'll clarify that as it comes up. But while your witnesses get situated, I'm going to go ahead and read all 3 DPD recommendations for the special uses.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so for 15-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 6-dwelling unit residential building, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of July 20th, 2020, prepared by 360 Design Studios. Now for matter number 17-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 6-dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of July 20th, 2020, prepared by 360 Design Studio. Finally, for matter number 19-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 6-dwelling unit residential building, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated as of July 20th, 2020, prepared by 360 Design Studio.
Thank you. With that, I will go ahead and introduce the witnesses for the record, and then Mr. Chairman, you could accordingly swear them in. As I indicated, I'm very happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of PH Chicago LLC, 2610 West Chicago. Joining us remotely is Alan Coyle, the managing member of the applicant, as well as his partner, Patrick Conway, who is the project manager. We also have our project architect, Christopher Baum, as well as our MAI appraiser, Joseph Ryan, present and available today.
Great. Sarah, do you just want to swear them all in? Get them all sworn in at the beginning?
Would you like me to do that, Mr. Chairman, or would you rather?
You can direct them, and I'll do the technical swearing. But if you could just get them to say their names and address and all that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go through each of my witnesses. If you're there, can you please unmute yourself? So starting with Alan and Patrick.
This is Alan here. Patrick's actually not here, so he's not. So it's just Alan that's here.
Oh, Patrick skipped out on us. Okay. So as I indicated, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Alan Coyle is the managing member of the applicant, and he is present, so I will let you swear him in.
Great. Alan, will you please state your name and address for the record?
Alan Coyle, 1456 West Fullerton, Chicago, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great.
Thank you. Mr. Baum, we have our project architect, Christopher Baum, here with us. Mr. Baum, will you please as well state your name and address for the record?
Thank you. Christopher Baum, 360 Design Studio, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
Great. And Mr. Baum, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Lastly, though we're not going to forget him again, Mr. Ryan, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Great. And Mr. Ryan, you are sworn in, and we have recognized your expertise today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do have one more matter of quick housekeeping. I would like to note for the record that prior to the hearing, but after submission of our applications, as well as the corresponding findings of fact, the applicant made a couple minor modifications to each of the proposed new buildings at 2606 and 2612 West Chicago Avenue. In particular, for the added safety and protection of the future residents of the building, as well as for maintenance purposes, the applicant enclosed the mandatory secondary stair structure at the rear of the building, which you can see actually on the floor plan that's before you. So it looks like these are the new plans. This modification does not in any way change any of the requested relief or trigger any new relief. In fact, it doesn't even really affect the footprint or envelope of the building. The only thing it does is simply basically put a wall there at the end. And again, that's kind of added security and maintenance purposes. In closing the stairway, the city does count that towards the maximum allowable FAR, but to wit, we are still well within our allowable FAR. It added about 881 square feet of FAR, which is, again, well within our right. So it doesn't really alter anything, but I would like these to be, I respectfully request that these plans are adopted into the record. I tendered a copy of the plans to your staff last Friday, and it looks like they were able to incorporate them in the PowerPoint presentation here today. So I would just ask that they also be incorporated into the record of proceedings and any decisions and determinations be made, including these plans.
Yep, got it. Thank you. We're good there. The concern would be the FAR, but you're still under, and the board will let you know if there's related questions.
Okay, sounds great. And towards that same end, there were no modifications made to the plans for 2614 West Chicago. Okay, getting back to the pending applications, we are here today seeking a single variation for each of the properties to allow for a reduction in the rear yard setback, which is necessary in order to permit the erection of the actual detached garage structures that will provide the interior secured parking for each of the new units, as well as the units located therein. As well, for each property, we are seeking a special use to allow for the establishment of an all residential building in a C12 commercial zoning district. In other words, we're seeking to permit dwelling units to be located below the second floor of these buildings. As previously briefly indicated, the applicant owns 3 contiguous zoning lots on Chicago Avenue. Both 2606 and 2612 Chicago Avenue are comprised of a double wide zoning lot, each measuring 49 feet in width by 125 feet in depth, making them slightly substandard in size with regard to the width in particular. The site at 2614, however, is comprised of a single, more standard sized lot, measuring just over 26 feet in width by 125 feet in depth. All 3 lots are currently zoned C12 without any active efforts from the applicant. In other words, they were already zoned C12. There was no predecessor zoning change. As such, each of the double wide lots supports the construction of a 4-story mixed-use building that could span the entirety of the site and which could contain at least 6 dwelling units over commercial as of right. The single lot supports the same general building type as of right, but with fewer units. It would support 3 units over commercial. Again, as of right, and such building could span the entirety of the lot, so with 0 setbacks. Instead of such buildings, however, and in an effort to meet the increasing demand for family-sized ownership opportunity residential units in this particular neighborhood, and to mollify the escalating number of commercial vacancies in this same neighborhood, the applicant is proposing to redevelop each of the 3 respective sites with a new 3-story with basement residential building and a detached garage, each of which will feature a roof deck with elevated access structure. Each of the proposed new buildings for 2606 and 2612 West Chicago, which are on the double wide lots, will feature a total of 6 dwelling units, 2 side-by-side units on each floor, with the first floor units being duplexed down into the basement. The proposal for 2614 West Chicago essentially duplicates 1/2 of each of those buildings, as the site is almost half the size. With regard to the proposed new 6 flats, since these are intended for private ownership, condominium as opposed to rental, and in light of the mounting security threats, in particular with regard to vehicle thefts and armed robberies throughout the city, each unit will be deeded a secured parking space within a detached garage at the rear of the site with access off the public alley. Which such parking brings us to our first practical hardship, necessitating the single variation for each of these buildings. Due to the substandard width of each such site, the applicant is unable to provide secured parking for each of the 6 units in a single detached garage, which would open up directly into the alley. Rather, to accommodate the 6 required off-street parking spaces, the applicant was forced to design an L-shaped garage system with 4 spaces along the rear accessible directly off the alley and an additional 2 spaces along the side. The east end for 2606 and the west end for 2612. Ms. Vasquez, if you can go to the site plan for 2612 or 2606, it shows the shape of the garage. Perfect. There you go. Okay. So you'll see that the garage almost envelopes the entire rear of the site. And that again is by necessity in light of the way that the building codes and zoning codes necessitate an 8-foot wide parking space within the garage for each. There's just simply no way, no mechanism for getting a total of 6 code compliant parking spaces within a garage that simply runs the width of the lot. As well, to service the proposed new interior portion of that garage, the applicant's proposal calls for a driveway, which will form another L on the other side of each site, thereby basically encapsulating the entire rear of the property. That driveway is again necessary in order to access the internal 2 parking spaces. As additional consideration for the unique parking conditions affecting the 2 double wide sites, and to further improve vehicular maneuverability and in through the alley for the benefit of all of the buildings which utilize the same alley as the predominant means of ingress and egress, the applicant's plan also calls for the provision of an access apron of 2 feet for the each of the garages. As mentioned, the programming for each of the new residential improvements also calls for the erection of a roof deck above the respective detached garage systems, which will provide meaningful outdoor space for the exclusive use of the residents of the building, since all such grade level space is necessarily occupied by the concrete driveway required to access the mandatory 1-to-1 parking. Based on these unwavering conditions, the only means of access to the proposed as-of-right roof decks in this instance is via a small elevated landing and or commonly referred to as a bridge, which will connect to the mandatory rear secondary stair at the first floor building. Due to these same described unique and frustrating conditions, there is no way to provide access to the roof deck via an independent grade level stair structure without completely impeding access to the garage. As such, in light of these hardships, another design option for the garage, even notwithstanding the corresponding roof decks, is not simply impractical, but it's actually impossible. With regard to the 3-unit building at 2614 West Chicago, the same rings true. Due to the resolute requirements of the zoning and building codes, a compliant detached 3-car garage will necessarily occupy the entire width of that standard lot. As such, it is impossible to locate an independent access stair along either side of the garage, which would avoid the variation. Rather, in order to provide access to the limited amount of as-of-right open space for the owners of the 2nd floor unit, while still preserving some usable grade level open space for the owners and residents of the 1st floor unit, the applicant is compelled to erect a small elevated bridge that will connect directly again to the mandatory secondary exit and entrance off of the 2nd floor, thereby triggering again just this single variation. It is important to note that each one of the 3 proposed buildings meets and or exceeds all of the strict bulk requirements of the current zoning ordinance, including front and side setbacks, height, FAR, and open space. To wit, each of the principal buildings is set back over 43 feet from its respective north property line, thereby not only meeting but greatly exceeding by over 13 feet the strict required setback of 30 feet. And that's again for each site. It is only the detached garage structures which are necessary to accommodate the secured one-to-one parking for each of the proposed as-of-right units that necessitate the single rear yard setback variation in each of these instances. As described more thoroughly in the corresponding findings of fact, the subject property is situated toward the east end of the block on Chicago Avenue between Rockwell Street and Washtenaw Avenue. This entire stretch of Chicago Avenue and the properties within a 4-block radius is mixed use in nature, with a majority of the buildings featuring some form of residential use at grade level. Throughout the building. To wit, 8 of the 14 buildings on this same side of the block contain dwelling units, while 5 of those 8 buildings are wholly residential in nature, similar to those being proposed by the applicant. Unfortunately, many of the mixed use and commercial buildings in the neighborhood have been plagued by vacancies in the last year in particular. The neighborhood is thriving, however, in its residential diversity and vibrancy, both for families and individuals just entering the workforce, which drove much of the applicant's programming for the redevelopment of this site. Towards these same regards, and with regard to the character of the neighborhood, and this stretch of Chicago Avenue in particular, the improvements range in size and design from single-story industrial commercial buildings to 3-story and 4-story mixed use and all residential buildings. As for the footprints of these same improvements, at least 4 of the existing buildings on this same side of the 2600 block of Chicago span the entirety of their respective sites. In other words, there's 0 setbacks on all 4 sides, while several others span almost the entire depth of their respective site and or have accessory structures situated in the rear setback so that they have a 0 rear setback. By way of relevant example, the adjacent property to the west of the subject properties is improved with a 3-story mixed-use building, which such building, it spans the entire depth of its site, so 0 rear setback and no open space. Each of the applicant's proposed new buildings, therefore, will be completely compatible with the design and scale of all the other residential buildings on the block and will meet or improve the existing rear setback conditions for the other properties on Chicago Avenue. In the end, if the applicant was constrained to strictly comply with the regulations of the zoning ordinance and to forgo the secured one-to-one parking and occupiable outdoor space for the future residents of the building, then it would be compelled to construct a larger commercial building or mixed-use building with less units than allowed as of right or otherwise proposed, thereby compromising the highest and best use of the property and shorting the community of much needed and demanded family-sized ownership opportunity and economically responsible residential units, which such alternative building would not be consistent with the market demands in this particular neighborhood, and the commercial space of which would likely remain idle due to already menacing amount of such vacancies in the area, thereby creating an unmarketable development. Each of the proposed new developments, on the other hand, even with the single requested special use and the single variation, is completely consistent with the character of the neighborhood and meets the desires of the community for more meaningful and economically responsible family-oriented housing. Since I know economics is important to this board, it may be also important to note that the applicant is already assuming a significant financial risk by designing, permitting, and constructing 3 separate developments instead of one single high-density rental building, which would be cheaper to construct, but was not what the community desired. To wit, the applicant is investing in excess of $10.5 million, a little over $3 million per building, toward the redevelopment of each of these sites as proposed, with the prospect of being able to recoup a very modest 8 to 10% return on its investment if the buildings are fully occupied. To the contrary, however, without the proposed special use and single variation, if the applicant was even able to keep the property, it would be compelled to proceed with an alternative mixed use or non-residential development as already described Herein, the applicant would not yield any return on its investment, much less a reasonable one. Rather, the applicant would report an irreconcilable net loss of $60,000 for the entire project, about $20,000 on each property. And that is, again, if the applicant is even able to occupy all of the corresponding retail or office space within such an alternative development, as well as dwelling units that didn't have condominium dwelling units without secured parking or open space. With that, I can get my witnesses on the record, and then we can entertain questions from the board unless there's any currently.
Deb, go ahead and get the witnesses on the record, please.
Okay. Mr. Coyle, may you please state your name and address for the record?
Alan Coyle, 1456 West Fullerton, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. And as acknowledged, you are the managing member of the applicant, and you were very profoundly involved in the design for each of these buildings. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And to wit, you actually spent over a year on design alternatives in an attempt to avoid the variations that bring us to the board today. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct also.
But unfortunately, given the unique configuration of each of the sites and the highest and best use for the property, as well as the community demands, it's impossible to design a building that does not necessitate that single variation. Is that right?
Yes.
And as well, you too have been involved in attempting to get the financing and lending for these projects. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct also.
And is it your understanding, based on those efforts with the various financial institutions, that a lender is not willing to finance a project if it yields less than, or if the anticipated yield on the return is less than 10%?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And of all of the alternatives you looked at for these sites, was there any other alternative design that would allow you to report even a nominal return on your investment, or did all of the alternatives result in a loss on your investment?
All the other angles we looked at, it wasn't going to be profitable for this desired location, and it was going to entail a loss.
And again, even best case scenario, if you're able to occupy each of these units at the price, at the market prices, which you're slightly lower below, you are slightly below the market rates, you're still only standing to report an 8 to 10% return on your investment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions for Mr. Coyle. I can proceed with Mr. Baum and Mr. Ryan, and we can return for questions, or if you want to go witness by witness, I'm happy to defer to the board.
You know, sir, I'm going to put this up to you. If you want to put the rest of the witnesses on, it would make sense to just do questions at the end.
Got it. Okay, I will go ahead with my other witnesses then. Mr. Baum, may you please, again, go back on the record? Mr. Baum, you were retained by the applicant to prepare the programming for each of the proposed new buildings to redevelop these sites. Is that correct? You're still muted, Mr. Baum. Sorry.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And you too have spent the last almost a year designing, redesigning, retweaking, modifying the programming. So to mitigate any relief required, as well as trying to remain consistent and compatible with the character of the other improvements in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so even up until the 11th hour almost last week, you were making modifications as well to serve the needs, the changing needs and evolving needs of the future residents of this building. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true.
And as briefly summarized by me in the opening presentation. The real hardship around which you had to overcome for each of these sites was trying to fit a code compliant garage that provides one-to-one parking for each of the units on fairly standard and slightly substandard lots. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you feel that the proposals that are before the board here today have resulted in that, but have also done a pretty sufficient job at mitigating any even nominal effect on the adjacent properties?
Yes, that's true.
And towards that same end, is it also true that the principal building on each of the sites actually exceeds the required rear yard setback under the zoning code?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. With all of that, Mr. Baum, you were also, as part of your retention in this matter, you were asked to look at each of these proposals and make a determination as to whether the proposals meet all of the standards and requirements for variation as set forth under the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your professional opinion that each of these projects as designed does in fact meet all of the standards for a variation as set forth in the code?
Yes, we believe so.
Thank you. And those opinions, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, were acknowledged in an affidavit that was signed by Mr. Baum and submitted with our findings of fact. Towards that same end, Mr. Baum, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in the findings of fact as well as your accompanying affidavit?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Mr. Coyle, sorry, I'm gonna go back to you for a second and ask you the same question. Since you did also sign an affidavit prior to this hearing that was submitted with our findings of fact, if you as well were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in your affidavit and the corresponding findings of fact?
Yes, it would, Sarah.
Thank you. Okay, last, Mr. Ryan, may you please go back on the record? Good afternoon. You, sir, were retained and tasked with preparing an evaluation of the subject properties as well as the surrounding area towards making a determination as to whether the proposed new all residential buildings in this neighborhood meet all of the standards and criteria for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to go out and physically inspect the subject site as well as the surrounding neighborhood?
Yes.
And based on your personal observations, is it your conclusion that the proposed special use which will allow for dwelling units below the second floor of each of these buildings, that special use does meet all its standards and requirements for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
It does. The trend of development is for residential on the first floor, coupled with the lack of demand for street level retail in this neighborhood and in most neighborhoods in Chicago, especially with no on-site parking.
Perfect. Thank you. Towards that end, your opinions and your evaluation were set forth in a report that was prepared by you. That report was tendered to the board prior to this hearing, along with our findings of fact. If you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements, findings, and opinions that were set forth in your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't have any further questions for my witnesses, but we are happy to take any that you may have.
Great, and thank you for getting through all of that. So how, this is somewhat of me telling the board how I'm viewing this. So the special uses and the variation are very similar per property. I'm viewing the special use and the variations separately. A line of my questioning, and this goes to you, Sarah, a little bit, is we're hearing a little bit about hardship as a whole between the special use and the variation. Both not being granted would be the hardship, but as we've talked about today, we take these all separately. So therefore, my first question is in regards to the variation, which from what I've heard today and from your application as well, I believe it really just affects the connector bridge. I know as you're shaking your head, so feel free to jump in now. In your application, it says, unless I'm reading it wrong, it kind of says as much. You can build this building without the variation. So
that's correct, Mr. Chairman, and I did not mean to discount what you were saying. I just wanted to clarify because it is confusing. It was even confusing for me a little bit. So the way the denial is drafted does, I guess I could see how it makes it sound like it's just that connector. In particular, especially for the two 6-flat buildings, the rear setback reduction is actually required for the garage structure itself. You could not build that garage structure, take away the roof deck, take away the access bridge. You can't build the garage. That's a garage for 6 cars on that substandard site without being considered an encroachment in the rear setback because it has to have that L-shaped design. It's the internal 2-car part of that structure that is considered an non-permitted encroachment in the rear setback. So most standard garages are allowable encroachments, but once you exceed the size and or you occupy too large a portion of the rear yard, then you're considered a non-permitted encroachment in the rear setback that thereby triggers the variation. So for each of the 6-flat buildings, you can't even build a garage without the rear setback, much less that's without even having a deck or an access bridge. The access bridge and the deck were added because there is no way to get grade level. There's no way to provide any sort of outdoor space, occupiable outdoor space, because the entirety of the rear yard, which is quite large as you see, is occupied by the garage as well as the driveway that is mandatory in order to access the garage. So in order to allow for the outdoor use, which nowadays with the new social norms that we have is not just a demand, it's actually a necessity. We did have to add a roof deck above the garage, very consistent with all of the other residential buildings behind us. And in this instance, again, the absolute only way you can get to that garage deck is through an elevated bridge, because if you try to put a stair at grade level going up, you are blocking the vehicles from accessing the garage. Does that make sense? I know.
Yeah, it makes sense. My follow-up questions, and I'm going to take them separately. I'm going to take them as garage used as a garage for cars, and then later garage used as outdoor space. So this property, it's transit served, correct? We're hearing that
I mean, it's on Chicago, so it's a bus stop. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, I think it would only be required 3 parking spaces. Per building. I'm hearing from Steve too that it's like 882 square foot garage would already be permitted under the current without a variation. So technically, with it, you can abide by the parking space requirement by right without a variation.
That's correct. If we were to provide 50% parking for the residents of the building, then that is true. We could do a 3-car garage. The problem is more of a practical one then there, Mr. Chairman, is that, again, given the current changes in the market, you cannot sell, and I can put Alan back on because he's in the business, but you cannot market a for sale private ownership condominium in the city without a secured parking space, much less a parking space. They're just not going anymore. And these units are intended, again, based on our survey of the community, to be family-oriented units. So we anticipate that the future owners of these units are going to have at least one car. It's just not the same sort of amenity-driven, higher density building that wherein you generally find the benefits of that parking reduction. Here, based on our market research, you wouldn't be able to sell each of the units without a parking space. And then there again, because that was one of the alternatives we looked at again over the last year, was just doing half the parking. And unfortunately, that results in that irreconcilable loss because you can't get the revenues for the units without the secured parking spaces, to wit, a deeded parking space in the city of Chicago on the market, open market, just for a secure parking space is over $25,000.
Okay, so I hear you on that. So I'm just trying to, it's like we've got to show that strict compliance with the zoning ordinance as is would create a practical hardship. So I guess I'm hearing your point. I'd like to get more specific on, and maybe this is a question for your client, how many cars could an 882 square foot garage, which is allowed, fit? And also some sort of economic analysis related to, it's hard for me to fathom, but I'll hear from your client that being able to build a 4-car garage, but not a 6-car garage, would render the building to not have a reasonable rate of return. But I'll turn that around to you. It actually, so I'm hearing, I think it fits 5 cars by right.
Mr. Baum, I think it's only 4, Mr. Chairman, because when you take in the load-bearing walls, I believe it's only 4. You can only get a 4-car garage on this lot, but perhaps Mr. Baum, can you confirm that?
Yeah, so, I mean, there needs to be access to the alley to get the, dumpster. We have a dumpster in these, and the 6 flats. So you need to be able to get that in there. So, practically a 4-car garage.
Sorry, did you say how many cars could you get in the garage with the trash enclosure? Because the trash enclosures, Mr. Chairman, if you didn't, they're required to be inside the garage for 6-unit buildings. So with the enclosed trash receptacles in the garage, you can only fit 4 cars? Is that correct, Mr. Baum?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coyle, we've actually, again, since we've been working on this over the past year, we had an iteration of this with a 4-car garage. And you are either, like I said, in the current market to maintain ownership units, condominium units, which is what the community wants over here because they've been oversaturated with rentals. You would, if you had to do a 4-car garage, you would then have to do a 4-unit building. Was that in order to?
That's correct, Sarah.
Okay. And the economics for a 4-unit building with a 4-car garage resulted in over a $25,000 loss on each of the investments for each of the properties. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, Sarah.
Real quick, just so I have it clear, because this is helpful. Why would a 4-car garage require that he do a 4-unit building?
Because again, in the market, you can't you can't sell a condominium unit. You can rent, they're easier to rent a unit without parking than it is to sell a unit without parking, especially units of this size, which again are intended to either be someone who's working from home, a couple, or perhaps a professional couple, or a family. So they're just completely unmarketable without the parking as condominiums.
Completely unmarketable. I'm going to take that as what it sounds like. Completely unmarketable.
They are extremely unmarketable. You can find the outlier every once and again, somebody who will take a risk without the parking. But again, then you're losing $25,000 to $35,000 per unit for that parking.
Okay.
So even without, so let's assume, and we did the math on that too, Mr. Chairman, if you did do a 6-unit building, but you only had 4 parking spaces, then you're still losing, again, $25,000 to $35,000 per unit, maybe even more. And so that still would result in either breaking just even if you were able to occupy the other units at kind of that maximum market rate, or if you were able to get any sort of profit, it would be less than 2%, which is a profit, yes, but it's not considered a reasonable return on an investment as determined by the financial institutions, at least, who base their risk on the reasonableness of a return.
Yeah, can we hear just, it would be helpful for me to hear a little bit from Alan directly on marketability with these various.
Absolutely.
We've done a lot of market research as regards to selling units without parking. And in the current, say we're saying like we wouldn't be able to sell them. You would be able to sell them, but at a substantial amount less than you would for the other units. And, just take, for instance, even you were buying a unit yourself, would you if I was selling a unit with no parking and the guy over the road was selling it with parking, you'd intend to go to that unit with the parking included in the price.
Again, Alan, based on your research to the chairman's point, and you just actually reiterated that you could sell the units, but based on your research, you would be selling them at $50,000 to $75,000, probably less than you could with the parking. Is that right?
Correct. Plus, even in our markets, all the study we did, we couldn't come across any new construction units with no parking. I didn't come across any in this neighborhood, new construction with no parking for sale.
Yeah.
If it was a rental, there's loads of rentals with no parking, and there's loads of units in older buildings that don't have parking, older units. But as regards new construction, 3-bed, 2-bath, to my knowledge, there's none in this neighborhood for sale with no parking.
Okay.
This might help too, and I don't think I actually have acknowledged it yet. Prior to even setting pencil to paper, we did go out into the community, and because there was a point where Alan was considering maybe doing a rental building or a higher density, more of a transit served location type building, and the unanimous response was we need family oriented condominium units, because people are either getting priced out with single family homes, or they're being forced to rent small units without parking. And there's just not a whole lot of this inventory available in the neighborhood, but it's very much desired.
Also, on the market research I did on older units in the neighborhood without parking, they were sitting on the market for quite a substantial amount of time. And in this case, if, like, for instance, I couldn't sell units with no parking for 12 months, it will add to my carrying costs, which obviously also eats into the profit at the end of the day.
Yep. Okay, I've got a good overview on the issue related to parking. I want to, before we go, because I like to take this one step by step, before we go into what I do as next steps, I want questions from the board that could be helpful, especially related to what we're discussing right now with the garage as it's used for parking.
Yeah, this is Jolene Saul. I have at least one question. Since this seems to be all driven by the parking garage, is surface parking an option? Or why isn't surface parking an option?
And I think either Alan or Christopher could speak to that as well. Given it's on the news every night, given the recent influx in criminal activity in particular.
Is that really your argument? I'm sorry, is that really your argument?
As a single woman who drives a car, yes, I no longer park my car. I've witnessed personally 2 carjackings in the last month.
That area could be secured even if it's not a garage.
What's that?
I mean, that area could be secured even if it's not a garage. So once again, is surface parking not an option?
Yeah, so it does go towards a buyer's motivation, even though like every buyer is not the same. So that might not be important for most buyers. But again, Mr. Coyle, based on your market research, we did that evaluation as well. What was your finding in situations, and Mr. Baum, you can address this as well, since I know you did your own market research, as to the marketability and the rate of sale on units that had surface parking, ownership units that had surface parking as opposed to garage?
Yeah, there was quite a significant time on the market time alone, and obviously the return on the investment, because of, obviously it could work, but it's more secure in this situation the way it was drawn. And we found on the market research that secure parking wasn't waiting on the market as long as parking just on a pad.
And secured and garage are 2 different things, but thanks for your answer.
Sorry. To clarify, Mr. Coyle, when you say secured parking, are you referencing garage parking?
Correct.
And towards that same end, the other residential buildings on this block all have garage parking, is that correct?
Yes, I'll make another point also about the way that this is drawn, not just to do with obviously the secure parking. You see the garbage enclosure? If we had just, let's call it 6 parking spaces along the alley, they wouldn't be able to get the garbage bin out on garbage day when the cars would be parked there. So the way this has been drawn, there's easy access to get to the garbage. Obviously it's a 6-unit building, and you gotta have on-site garbage. So if you see there that there will be a driveway there to give access on garbage day, so they can get into the garbage bin. That's just another point as regards to the way it was drawn.
And with regards to marketability, since almost every other residential ownership building in this particular part of the neighborhood has private garage parking, if you were to have surface parking, yours would be more difficult to market and sell as opposed to, I guess, your competitors, for lack of a better word.
Yes,
Is
that's
that what
correct.
your research showed? Thank you.
Yes, that's correct, Sarah.
Commissioner Saul, did you have any other questions in that regard? Did we properly even address the one that you gave us?
I take issue with the safety and crime across the whole city. But yeah, if that's your answer, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board on this topic?
I'll just ask a follow-up question on the crime in the area. Was any research done on that issue as to what the crime rates are in the surrounding area of this property?
Yes, there was. There's been a 17% increase in property crimes over the last year.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm unless there's any more questions on that topic, which is totally fine if there are. If not, I'll move to what I do with the next one.
Well, I guess just one follow-up is, where did you get that information? The 17% increase?
Oh, sorry. The Chicago Police Department actually does a crime analysis. They update it every week. You can go by neighborhood or address.
Is that citywide or is that neighborhood?
It's citywide, but they go by neighborhood. It goes by property address. And the reason, Commissioner Sanchez, I'm so familiar with this is that I had to do a lot of research over the last year and a half for the cannabis dispensaries in that regard. So I started to do it for all of mine because I was, again, as a single female in the city, it was interesting to see.
And so when you say a 70% increase in property crimes, you're not just talking about the city of Chicago generally, you're talking about this area?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Sanchez, if I may have, I know I mumble sometimes. It was 17%, not 70%. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think you maybe misheard me because I heard 17.
Okay.
I was saying 17 as well. But that's for the neighborhood, not just for you're not talking about entire city. Okay.
Yeah, and I only did about a half-mile radius.
Okay.
So it's not super inclusive, but, and I don't know if Mr. Ryan did any of his own. I don't think so. I don't think we asked him to.
Are those crimes specifically car related or just general property?
Those are general property, Commissioner Saul. In residential areas, sorry, excuse me.
Okay, then, so my next line of questioning as it relates to the garage, which the variation, which I know you probably knew was going to come at some point. This elevated connecting bridge. Tell me why it's a hardship to otherwise create a stairwell to the roof deck.
There's nowhere to locate it without again encumbering the driveway, the vehicular access to the parking.
Okay, can you walk us through that on the plan? How there's no way to.
Unfortunately, I don't have a style. I don't think I can. Can you guys see my stylus or no?
Well, actually, I mean, Sarah, I think it's for the architect should answer this.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Baum, can you do your best using the site plan above us to walk the board through the practical difficulties, actually impossibilities that you encountered in trying to get an access structure for the roof deck anywhere on the ground, so to speak?
Sure. You know, ideally you'd have a stair on the side of a garage, but that's not going to happen. So you would put it on the back, and with our L-shaped configuration, obviously you cannot put it in the anywhere in front of that two-car garage at the back. And there's not enough room between the building and the garage to put a stair there. So, and if we put it on the driveway, then the driveway is not wide enough to meet the required driveway width. Not to mention it's a traffic hazard. And if we, I'm sorry?
So if you were to locate, let's say, for instance, okay, so we'll just go step by step. The 4-car portion of the garage that runs along the alley, you wouldn't, based on the site plan that's for 2612 that we all see are looking at, you can't put the stair structure along that is the east end of the, so the side of the garage, yes, right there, exactly. Because that encumbers the cars from the vehicles that need to access the 2-car portion of the garage from that driveway portion of the plan. Is that right? That driveway along the north end, or sorry, along the east end?
That's right. We need absolute minimum of 10 feet there, and the stair would take up 3 feet out of the 12. So.
Okay, so you couldn't get a car.
Would not work.
Yeah, and that's the required driveway width for a standard car. So you couldn't get a car through the side if you put it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's the other issue. The other issue with that is even if you could, it's a traffic hazard. You know, what's to stop somebody plowing into the stair?
Right. So then same, let's go over to the back portion of the garage. Putting it along either the south end of the garage or, well, that's the only place you could put it. Yeah, exactly, right there. Once again, you're running into a situation where that internal second car could not get into their parking space because there'd be a stair structure blocking it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that accurately address it, Commissioner Chairman?
I think that the easiest way for you to understand it conceptually is just asking you, Mr. Baum. So, Baum, sorry, in your professional experience on the record, is there any place to build a stairwell?
The only place is on the 3 flat. It would be possible to put a stair at the back of the garage. I mean, that would actually work, but then there's a kind of restriction on amenity. It means that people on the second floor go down and they got to go through and across the open space for the first floor. You know, the rear yard for the first floor would be at grade, and then the people on the second floor would have to come down across that and go to the stair going up to the garage. I mean, the reason we put this bridge there is so that the first floor essentially has the grade level amenity, and the second floor has the rooftop garage, and there's no contact between the two.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Did you want him to address the 2 6 flats first? Specifically answering your question?
I think that was helpful what he just addressed. If you want to separate it out, that's fine by me.
I just didn't want your first question to get overlooked. So Mr. Baum, the chairman asked you, is there any way for you to get a independent stair structure to service the roof decks for the 2 6 flat buildings? Is there any way that you can do the stair structure on those 2 buildings?
No, there isn't. We tried a lot of ways to do that.
Okay, so that, Mr. Chairman, I think goes towards your first specific question. And then if you want to roll over to the 3 flats at any time, or the 3 flat, we can do that.
I guess, so one question in this goes, I'm directing it straight to the developer, to Ellen. Just give us a little bit of analysis on what the marketability is without the garage roof deck.
And so that's going to be their outdoor space, Chairman. So it's you know, there is no other outdoor space for those units besides the rooftop deck of the garage. It's pretty big selling point, you know, right now with the current circumstances with stuff going on. Like, people are waiting at home a lot more, and the outdoor space would be a pretty nice selling point, to be honest.
Okay, other questions from the board on this topic?
Jolene Saul again. It looks like the buildings themselves have roof decks. Is that just for the 3rd floor?
Correct.
Unit? And so then all the other units would have the space on
split up the garages between the rest of the units. So we would.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Okay, then I'm gonna segue in case there's any questions. I don't know that I have any, but in case there's any questions from the board related directly to the special use, which as a reminder is the residential on the first floor. So below the second floor. Okay, and just to close the loop, any other questions on things we missed? I know we've heard a lot on this. Okay, sounds like none. We'll take this under consideration, but thanks everyone for your time and analyses.
Thanks,
So
Chairman,
much,
for your time.
commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. We've got a pretty good pace going. I know that one maybe slowed it down a bit, but I know that the commissioners maybe need to move their legs and eat some food. So I'm going to call a 30-minute recess for lunch. I'm motioning for this 30-minute recess, which would go to 1:40 p.m. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to amend that slightly to 1:45 p.m. So we will reconvene at 1:45 p.m. for the remainder of the meeting. Thank you, everyone.